159 is the current number. So Kyle is done for the day. They're sorted, ready for Fast Friday, so maybe a hot dog to finish off. Now, to our friend, Georgia Henneberry, Georgia the Explorer.
Well, Kevin, I can attest to that because I think it's like 159 and a half now that I stole one from the 27th garage. But we're taking this whole Georgia the Explorer thing to brand new heights. We're at the top of the famous pagoda here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I just learned the pagoda sits at 199 feet and 6 inches. If it was 6 more inches at 200 feet, they'd have to have a beacon on the top of it. So we're 199 feet up in the air with the most gorgeous view of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As you see the cars go around for the last 2 hours of practice. David Malukas out there right now, but you get such a gorgeous, picturesque view of the golf course, of the midway, of the yard of bricks. 576 bricks make up that famous historic yard of bricks. The garages, the transporters, and then if you follow me this way, Sparkles come this way. So we're on the backside looking at turns 1, 2, the back stretch, 3 and 4 over here, but you follow me this way. And again, this is the top of the pagoda. You can't get higher than this. Well, I guess you can right here, but James and I actually raised a flag up there a little bit earlier this year. And then you follow me this way to the front stretch. And all I can think about is race day morning. Coming up here, there's 300,000 fans in the grandstands here. There's that energy in the air, and we're just days away from that, really. And this is the best seat in the house. I mean, this is the top of the pagoda. We're looking straight down on the flag stand. Cars going by for this last 2 hours. Could not be more of a gorgeous day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I was about to trip and fall off the pagoda. So, with that being said, guys, I mean, it can't get much better than this.
The body's going to be in shock, Georgia. There's been dogs, 199 feet of elevation. She's seen it all today.
She sure has. I mean, she's up there higher than Will's pants right now. That's quite a feat, making it up there. But yeah, we were up there at the start of the month raising that flag on top of the pagoda. It's a heck of a view. She's not wrong.
What do you mean you were raising a flag? What's going on?
Georgia and I went up in the official start of May, the raising of the IndyCar flag.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Hey, happy to raise the flag for the cause.
Did you get vertigo?
I think it was that one there.
How do you get from here to there?
Ladder.
Sorry?
There's a ladder.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's a little sketch.
It's built into the side of a structure sort of thing.
Okay.
Yep. It's bolted to a wall.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, it was high.
No.
It was quite high.
Would not.
Yeah.
Would not do that.
Would you consume 20 hot dogs in a day?
Possibly. Marcus Ericsson's got a new lid.
There we go. We found the ladder.
There it is.
The ladder. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. You wouldn't get me on that.
And then
no, that's not so bad.
There.
Oh, it's only a little ladder.
It's already 190 feet up in the air, though. You in?
195.
What do you know about Marcus Ericsson's helmet?
I was just going to say, is the helmet...
There's a text, sort of a text chain going on here on the iPhone. Something VP called.
Well, the fact that it's asymmetric is throwing me off because it almost looks like his head's tilted and he's looking out this way rather than what he should be doing, which is looking straight ahead and eventually in towards the apex of turn 3. But I think that's an optical illusion because of the text bubbles and what have you on the helmet there. I'm not sure what the story is.
It's actually a really nice helmet, and it's actually a really, really meaningful one. It's dedicated to mental health awareness. And you'll see on there it says "Stop the Stigma." Really like the message that's displaying.
I heard about this. This is the DKY Foundation, and I think the aim is to help blue-collar workers with their mental health and supporting them in the time of need. And we'll do a little more research and see if we can get you some information there.
Well, let's see what kind of information he can give us about how that car is performing. Last lap was a 2:21.3. He's the only race car out on the track, so that would be the final lap of, I assume, a qualifying simulation.
2:21.3. I don't think he's going to be too happy about that when his teammate under similar conditions, just went out and did a 2:22.5, did Kyle Kirkwood.
Marcus has fans everywhere he goes, and they make a big trip over here for the Indy 500. Great message on his helmet, supporting mental health advocacy.
Green. 33 drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado. Let's go.
The Indianapolis 500.
All eyes on Indianapolis for the 1937 500 miles of Indianapolis. Speedmaster Wilbur Shaw averaged 130 miles per hour for the victory. 1 year after milk was drunk for the first time on Victory Lane. A very strange thing to do at the end of the race. Jimmy Snyder, the flying milkman, started 19th in 1937, took the lead on lap 3. But Wilbur Shaw could not be denied in this famous running of what has become America's favorite race, the Indianapolis 500.
Bravo.
Thanks.
Bravo.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us in this decade. Nice of you to fast forward a little bit to the 2020s from the 1930s, appropriately in black and white, just to match the outfit and the voice.
Just get those trousers nice and high.
Oh boy. Should we get back to cars on track? Let's do that. Come on. There's Will Power. It's only day 3.
Why is your voice so high all of a sudden?
Hour and 46 to go, guys. And then just 8 more hours tomorrow. No, 6 hours tomorrow.
6 hours
on
tomorrow.
Saturday.
Yeah.
We're just warming up for Wienerfest, the Weenie 500.
We're not even halfway through our broadcast hours of this month of May. How excited are you viewers at home?
I'm very excited. Do you know 1937? We were talking earlier about 1961 and Jack Brabham coming over with the rear-engined Cooper Climax. 1937 was actually the first Indy 500 that featured a rear-engined car built by Lee Oldfield at DNQ'd. But it was the first one to attempt to enter the race.
37?
37.
Do you know what the year the first one that actually qualified was?
39, George Bailey. First driver to qualify a rear-engine design, the Gulf Miller Special. Qualified 6th, actually.
That is correct. I assume. I didn't actually know. I was just wondering if you knew.
Yeah, I'm flying through my notes now pretty rapidly.
I'm impressed that your notes actually contain that piece of information.
Well, Will Power's car looks a lot more comfortable underneath him than it did this time 3 hours ago. Because he was not a happy man.
He wasn't.
Checker flag.
And that was both in race trim and qualifying trim. 26 seems a little bit off for a guy that knows how to get it done around here. So that final lap for Power was a 2:22.5.
Decent. Really decent.
Very decent. And that does classify as a no-toe. There were other cars on track, but far enough in front that it counted. So solid run. Puts him 3rd overall on the 4-lap average.
That was starting to look a little bit sketch in turn 1 as Rasmussen's car sliding up towards the wall just a little bit.
So just back to Power's run. That 222.81, that was his 4-lap average. 222.80. Oh, sorry. I misspoke. I'm still looking at old numbers. He was 10th on the 4-lap average, 6th on the single-lap no-toe. So found a little bit of pace in the 26.
Rasmussen having a similar reaction to what I saw here in the booth. Straight back into the pits. I wonder how trimmed they went for Christian Rasmussen on that run. He bailed out pretty early there.
Looking forward to seeing this. The MSR guys have been up the top for most of the day. Armstrong going out for a single run on his own. Meanwhile, Kevin is standing by with a guy who hasn't done a lot of running today, but the running he has done has been absolutely rapid. Two-time Indy 500 winner, Takuma Sato.
Yeah, I don't know that Takuma Sato needs a lot of laps. He knows what he's doing. Two-time winner, a couple of other times had a great chance, and really fast today. Is it as good as we think it is right now?
I hope so. I think we ticked all the boxes today. It's only Thursday, you know. We wanted to prepare for the coming first Friday, and then of course qualify. Honestly speaking with you, that we were a little bit struggled and unhappy for the first 2 days, and we needed to go through just piece by piece what was wrong, and it took a long time. So I wish we could do the race setup run this morning or early part of the practice, but we decided to prepare for the qualify because it's so important for us. I think the guys did a great job. A team, I think, did a really good job to prepare for tomorrow.
So the qualifying car is sorted, but it sounds like when we get to Monday and carb day, you have some more things to confirm.
Absolutely, a big list ahead for us to need to get sorted on Monday carb day. So, but I think I want to focus in qualify right now.
Takuma Sato could become a 3-time winner this year, and he qualified second last year.
It did indeed. Let's take a flashback to those 2 victories. He was telling us this morning the first victory was such a surprise that in the emotion afterwards he couldn't really take it all in. The second time hanging on for the win, but it was in an empty speedway. And so he wants to come back to take a 3rd win. And he will keep coming back, attempting to take a 3rd win, because he wants to have the memory and experience it again in front of a packed grandstand.
Yeah, I mean, so many people will tell you what makes this race so special, aside from the history. It's the fans. And to have won the race in an empty stadium, first time the race was held outside of the month of May, of course, during the COVID years. You know, luckily he'd experienced it in all its glory once before in 2017, but certainly would love to experience it again with the full effect of the fans screaming his name and cheering for him to enter the 3-time Winners Club. What an incredible achievement that would be.
That would be huge. Absolutely huge.
This is halfway. 2 more.
So in the middle of a quali sim here, not great pace. No, it was high 219s the previous lap, a 220.3 on that lap. Well down from what we're seeing from some of the other entries in here right now.
Yeah, it's not brilliant. Not by a long stretch.
It is a good-looking car, though.
It looks fantastic.
Acura branding on the side of that. Of course, that brand celebrating 40 years of existence.
I really wonder, with Honda obviously getting one of the entries for next year, and they're going to partner with MSR, if they might look to transition that beautiful livery over onto the Honda Run entry next year. Great.
They'll officially be on track in 28 with that charter, but I think with the new car coming in 2028, the plan is for the HRC team to be testing extensively next year in preparation for that additional entry.
That last lap, 220.0.
That's a concern.
It's nowhere near. It's 3.5 to 4 miles an hour off where he should be.
Now, to be fair, we don't know exactly what aero configuration Armstrong would be running in, as that would be the checkered flag, and thus a 220.8 on the 4th simulated quali lap across the line. And now we get to see if Joseph Newgarden, who seems to have been the slowest of the 3 Team Penske, still fast with the 4th best no-toe at 222.9, but his teammates Malukas and McLaughlin ahead. Malukas with a 223.3 and McLaughlin with that 223.7.
Well, Newgarden hit 229 on entry to 1.
Newgarden will not be happy if he has the 3rd slowest car for Team Penske. He's the man on this team at this track, undisputed, and he'll want...
Let's call it 3rd fastest.
I think he'll be thrilled if he's got the 3rd slowest car, because that would mean he's got the fastest car on Team Penske, but know what you meant. Well, yeah, but again, he doesn't need the fastest car to win this race. We saw him nearly win it from the back of the grid. And let's see that first time, 222.39. So
that's well down.
Sporty, but
well
not
down.
as fast as what we've seen from his teammates.
Yeah, but he has been, his runs, he's increased the pace. And he went to a 2:22.9 on his last run. Let's see if he's got some more on this lap. Penske, as we've seen so far today, and if you weren't with us on FS2 earlier, Penske the only team who are deploying their hybrid from turn 3 through 4, as you see it deploying there, gets down to about 10%, and then they regen on the run down to turn 1. They've been doing it every single lap, and there you go. Regenning into 1, getting it back up as high as he can, and then will deploy again between turns 3 and 4.
He bails out right there.
Yeah, copy.
James, Will and I were talking about that strategy while you were on break, and the idea that the drag of the hybrid at terminal velocity acts additionally maybe as a little bit of a buffer to keep it out of the top of the rev range and out of the hard limiter. And with the tailwind, I think it's a really good strategy to manually regen each lap in that section of the racetrack.
But they are the only team that are doing it every single lap with those 3 cars. Deploy between 3 and 4, regen between 4 and 1. And Penske seems to be giving them quite a boost.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app.
This is Indy's champagne. It doesn't come from Champagne, France, but from the southern region of this Holstein dairy cow. Rich, smooth, and best paired with victory.
I think every time you walk into the museum, it does feel special. Everything in here was based around chasing immortality.
When you experience something so out of this world, you're like, I want it again.
This place means so much, we're willing to do anything to win.
One car airborne! Pezzo 1 has crashed out of the Indianapolis 500!
That's the magnitude of this race. People are willing to die to accomplish the goal of winning the Indy 500.
Our very own James Hinchcliffe hosts Fox Sports Films' newest documentary, The 500, Immortality at Indy. It is a cinematic journey through the legends of the IMS Museum and the drivers chasing eternal glory at the Brickyard. It premieres Saturday at 6 Eastern on Fox.
2:23.0 for Scotty Mack, still showing pretty good consistent speed out of the Pennzoil car.
Yeah, that thing's got some pace in it for sure. And like you say, T-Bell, he's doing it consistently.
Let's have a look at this one off the line.
Lap 2.
It was a 2:23.0, 2:22.8. Lost a little bit.
Can you imagine what it would mean for this guy to win this year, coming off the heartache of wrecking on the warm-up lap last year? What that would do to it just clear his head and put him at ease for, you know, the rest of his career. It seems nothing short of a victory is going to be good enough at this point for Scotty Mack. He's been on pole. He's had, you know, shown great speed here. He's got Tim Cindric, one of the best ever to call the strategy. The quiet, infinite wisdom of Rick Mears always on hand. The support of Simon Pagenaud the last few years. I mean, all the tools are there. People, equipment.
And I just feel like a lot of your legacy at the Speedway comes from your most spectacular moment. And yeah, he's been on the pole, but a lot of people also remember what happened at the start of last year. I think a win is what he really needs to clean the slate and have it really only be one story that people are talking about when it comes to Scott and the 500. But we were talking the other day about drivers that won the 500 one year and then finished last the next year.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we've done it the other way, where a driver finishing 33rd comes back to win. But there is a fun stat that we did trip across while doing this, was that Bobby Unser finished last in his first 500 and first in his last 500. Only driver to do that.
I think it was Mario, wasn't it, we were talking about, who finished 33rd and last and then returned the next year to win.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure it was Mario.
Hold the fifth.
There you go. Mario in 68 was last. Won the thing in 69.
Yep.
James, when you had your big crash here, was the year before the year you didn't qualify?
No, I was not qualifying, was after.
Was after the crash?
After the crash, after pole, after everything.
Oh, wow. I don't remember it in that sequence.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lap 3.
You've done it from don't even make qualifying to sitting on pole for the biggest race in the world. What do you remember about the sort of vindication of that moment?
The pole run?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. I wish I could go back and do it again in a lot of ways, because qualifying on pole was such a special moment here. It's always a big deal here. Me being 1 year removed from the accident made it that much more special. And about 30 seconds after I got out of the car, all I could think about was the race. I gave myself no time to really enjoy, you know, the combined accomplishment of the team, that moment. You've got a week. It's not like a normal weekend where you qualify on a Saturday and you're already going to bed thinking about the race on Sunday. You've got a couple days to enjoy it, and I didn't let myself do that enough.
Did you feel more pressure going into that race as the pole sitter than any other?
I don't think so, no. Because look, you know what this place is like. You can start anywhere. You know, if your car's fast, you believe it's fast, and there could be different reasons why you might not qualify well. But I think if you think you've got a good car, you can do it from anywhere. So I thought I had a good car. That puts pressure on it, but not necessarily from being up at the front.
This guy was happy. Your team owner, Sam Schmidt, loving every second.
It was just so cool because of what had happened the year before.
Absolutely.
And everybody on that team, I think almost my entire crew, maybe barring one, was the exact same group that, you know, we went through that together in 2015. That's sure. Yes, I'm the one that was in the hospital bed, but that team, they lost one of theirs, right? They lost a member of the family from the rest of the season. And it was tough for all of us in different ways. And so to come back that following season and put on a show like that was really special.
Every year at this time, Will, I'm watching practice on Thursday, and of course tomorrow will be Fast Friday and the big boost, and you start to imagine what if. What if Scott McLaughlin wins his second pole? What if a Schumacher were to be on pole at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where his father had so much success? This place makes memories forever for drivers, for fans, for all of us. It's special, and I think we're in for another great weekend.
Roll back 12 months. What if a rookie in a brand new team takes pole after being slowest on day one? What if?
The green flag flies.
The IndyCar Fantasy Challenge, driven by Firestone, is back.
It's overtaken, same as you.
This is your chance to prove you know the fastest racing on Earth better than anyone else.
Let's just take care of the tires. Stay in rhythm here.
Pick your driver.
All good. Let's get back in the game here.
Build your team.
You guys are in demand.
Compete against friends and family for bragging rights, plus some epic prizes.
It's going to be like 2 or 3 laps flat out here.
Get started for free at IndyCar.com/fantasy or by downloading Grid Rival on the App Store and Google Play.
Hey, stay under. Keep going. We're going to have to pass those guys. Let's go, boys! Take a flag, man. Congratulations, everybody.
Couple of beauty shots from a beautiful day. The calm very much before the storm, as everyone builds their pace towards qualifying weekend here at Indy. Dennis Hauger, the rookie, the Indy Next champion, has really been bedding himself in nicely over these last few days. 14th at the moment. Romain Grosjean, his teammate, currently 7th. Catherine Legg out on track as well at the moment. She is 22nd. Now, we saw him out on track earlier, having a good fight. And over these first 3 days of practice, this will be our 33rd driver interview. We've got the whole field done within the first 3 days. Kevin standing by with the driver sadly in 33rd. Probably shouldn't have hit that one off the top. It's Rasmussen.
It's a big moment, Will, for me and Georgia and Jamie to get our white whale, the 33rd driver. You've not been hiding from me, though, right?
No, I don't know why you guys don't want to talk to me. I've been here, you know, same amount of time as everyone else.
Well, I wish I had a prize for you. I thought about some things, so I have been going into the gift shop and may or may not have a company credit card. I'll just slide that to you, and we'll go shopping here in a little bit.
I'm a size large T-shirt, so.
Good. All right. So, place on the chart doesn't tell the story. You are 33rd, but you don't feel 33rd. Race car, as far as qualifying is concerned, how is it?
Yeah, no, I think we feel pretty good. You know, there's definitely some strong cars out there, but we're definitely not the worst. We just seem to have been a little bit of on like opposite schedules of everyone else. You know, a lot of people were doing race runs this morning. We were doing Q-Sims. And then we came out here this afternoon to try and run some race running, and everyone's doing Q-Sims. So right now we're just kind of waiting around to see if there's some traffic forming, and hopefully we can get some race running in here towards the end of the day.
So hopefully teams are listening in the garage. What you're telling us, if anyone else wants to run in traffic, you will play along, yes?
Yeah, come out and play with me. Just looking for friends.
All right, thanks, Christian.
Love that. That's great. With Joseph Newgarden is not looking for friends. He is looking for a clear track. He's got about a half a track between himself and rookie Caio Collet ahead. Should be good for some no-toe laps. Guys, with just under an hour and a half left to go, how much risk do you want to take right now? How much do you want to keep pushing it, knowing that we're going into Fast Friday tomorrow? We're going to get the boost. Everyone's going to start cranking it up.
I don't know it's risk so much as much as it is go through the ABA sort of test scenario. And part of that's going to be downforce level here as the Ghost car gives us a great compare. Newgarden against Malukas. And those downforce settings, Will, are really about 1 lap versus 4 laps. You know, as you trim and take downforce out, you might get the bigger single lap peak performance, but then maybe more fall off. And it's a law of averages. You know, where do you find to be the perfect landing spot for the single most important thing, which is the 4-lap average, not the 1-lap pace. And when it's a nice clean racetrack like this, and you can make run after run in consistent conditions, especially as favorable as the wind has been the last few hours, you can really get granular on those tiny details and bank a bunch of information in the setup book for when it counts on Saturday.
Caio Collet jumps up to 24th, his best lap of the day, a 2:22.5.
One of the things that I love about walking pit lane on a day like today is just looking for any small differences between race cars. I walked all the way down to Hollywood's car, and you notice anything different, James, on these two? Let me help you. Right here, the upper flap of the front wing, if you look at Jack Harvey's car, I'm just going to punch in there real quick. If you look at the fasteners that are right there holding that upper front wing, they are sort of a button head, a really flush button head mount, versus the car of Ed Carpenter has traditional bolt and nut kind of setup sticking up. And I immediately noticed that, and I thought, boy, that's what year-round Indy-only Focus does. Dry Reinbold, the only team that I've seen that uses a really smooth kind of a custom-made fastener for that upper wing flap on the front wing. Who knows? Is that worth, you know, 1/100th of a mile an hour? If it is, I'm taking it.
I'll take it all day long, because you know that's not the only place on the car where they've shown that kind of attention to detail And all those little bits can just add up to something pretty meaningful on the racetrack.
Watch, they're going to fail Tech and be like, thanks, Townsend.
I'm pretty sure Tech would have noticed the giant white circles on the wing if there was an issue there. That would have been a standout thing already.
Pretty cool, though, the attention to detail for the one-off team of Dry Reinbold Racing, and they have shown mad speed so far and great race car balance with Connor Daly just carving up the field.
Riding on board with Felix Rosenquist in fourth, his teammate Marcus Armstrong in third. Let's take a look at the ghost car comparison of these two.
Armstrong was not a particularly fast car, and he's already out to a big advantage.
Well, this is based on his fast time.
Oh, that's based on the 2:26.
Yes.
So apples to oranges.
Draft. You see Felix, he's holding his button for the fast jacker. That left thumb, let's see if he does it again coming off of turn 4. Watch his left thumb. We've talked a lot about the fast jacker. A lot of drivers using it as one button to activate it, one button to deactivate it. But if you don't deactivate it and get the weight back to the left, you can have an issue where Rosenquist is just keeping his thumb held. He'll release it before the corner so it resets to the right cross weight for the turn-in.
I like that system so much better than the way David Malukas is doing it, kind of old school, where it's a single button hit on the straight, a single button hit for the corner. If you forget, you are completely hosed on that run. And for Rosenquist, the way you do it with release on turn-in, it makes all the sense in the world to me in terms of just an extra safety protocol to make it, frankly, stupid simple to get it right.
Pato O'Ward was the first driver I remember seeing do that system back when these two were teammates at McLaren, so that seems to be something that Felix has brought with him from his old team to MSR.
Like Armstrong, Rosenquist not setting the track alight with this no-toe run. 2:19.6 becomes a 2:19.9, still a good chunk off the best.
The Indy 500 doesn't have a red carpet. It has bricks, riddled with oil, dirt, and 114 years of history. Pucker up.
Oh, welcome back. Will Power just coming back onto pit lane. Joseph Newgarden out on track. Jacob Abel out on track. And still the 66 of Marcus Armstrong has gone back out on track.
Photographers lining up there trying to catch that great shot. Cars coming off of turn 4. Here comes Newgarden. The Shell car with the Shell signage. There is a true art to photographing race cars at 200+ miles an hour.
Hire a professional.
Multiple button hits there with the left thumb for Newgarden. Busy behind the wheel.
This will be interesting. See what Jacob Abel's got in the 51.
Track temp starting to come down a little bit at 113 degrees now. I think the peak I saw was 114.
Enjoyed seeing him earlier in race trim, mixing it up with the big boys with Scott Dixon, Roman Grosjean. He did not look intimidated. He did not look uncomfortable in dirty air. And the car looked every bit competitive. Running in the middle of two of the biggest names in global motorsport.
3, please, red 3.
I like the line.
Yeah.
Using all the racetrack, but doesn't seem like he's getting forced up there.
Seemed to accelerate pretty well coming off the corner there.
25-year-old from Louisville, Kentucky.
You're gonna have to work on your Louisville pronunciation.
What did I say? I said Louisville.
Yeah, it's Louisville.
Louisville also gave us.
I thought it was Louisville. Louisville.
Yeah.
Like Louisville.
You can't criticize when you guys say like Worcester when it's Worcestershire.
Put a quarter Twizzler in your mouth and say Louisville.
Yeah,
with the Twizzler in there.
Oh, here we go. He's getting the snacks out, ladies and gentlemen.
3, 2, 1.
Louisville.
There you go.
Much closer.
Wow, look.
Much closer. It can be pronounced either way. I would say Louisville, but then I went there and I was told in no uncertain terms, it's Louisville. I'm probably not even saying it right.
All right. How's he doing? Jacob Abel, 221.3. That's
more here. Remember your tools.
Right in the mix with some of the cars we've seen already, like ECR.
Yeah, it's comfortably, I'd say, top 15 pace per single lap, which is pretty solid.
You know what Jacob's thinking to himself? Where the heck was this car last year?
Oh man,
oh, big time. It wouldn't even be a question. I don't think he'd be in any question of being bumped.
Charlie Kimball, former IndyCar race winner.
Great to see him on the Able stand, calling strategy for Jacob. Not only is he incredibly bright, I mean, we've raced against a lot of different drivers.
Deploy this time. Deploy.
Over the years. Charlie's one of those super cerebral guys. Very, very intelligent driver. And
faster still, 221.6.
Able just picking up speed.
I like what I'm seeing.
What's so good about a guy like Charlie for a guy like Jacob is not only is he great at calling the strategy, he's been there behind the wheel. He knows what a driver's going through and can help coach this young guy through his first full month of May experience. Jacob's done all this part. He's done everything up through the next 2 days. But come Monday practice, come carb day, come race day, it's all going to be firsts for this kid.
Yeah, this could be an exciting entry for this rookie. And, of course, an all-white canvas. If anybody out there dreams of your brand in Indy, could be a great opportunity. The only one available that I'm aware of.
Yep. Well, nice run. Good, consistent run from Jacob Abel from Louisville, Kentucky.
Better.
Put the Twizzler back in.
You'll notice
you weren't supposed to swallow the Twizzler. You're supposed to wait until his run was over.
Either way, Connor Daly's back out on track. Our fastest driver from yesterday. We know that he has got good pace when he has a tow. We'll be looking to improve on the 222.4, which was his fastest speed from earlier, and his best no-tow speed. Still got him up in the top 10 for no-tows today.
Not sure Connor's going to register a no-tow.
He's got Santino in front of him now.
Got Ferrucci. I don't know if that's 10 seconds. They do a rough 1/1000. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's going to be just. I think Connor might just be within range. In fact, I think Connor laid out to get that 10-second gap. You see Daly on the lower side of your screen. It's like a twin-engine airplane. This audio is good. It's a V12.
Turn 2. No one else around.
Ferrucci clocked in a 2:15.3 on what would be the warm-up lap for that car.
Watch the top speeds here. This will be fascinating. Ferrucci on the top end going into turn 3. Sees 225 just. What does Connor Daly get here?
Turn 1, he was up at 225.
Oh, very consistent, these two cars. Yeah, just saw a 6 from Connor Daly. He's got a little bit of swirl help from Ferrucci, but not much.
So Ferrucci at 222.5 across the line.
But Connor's going to be very close to that, maybe a tick better.
221.9.
Uh-oh.
Quite a bit down.
Boy, you get the sense qualifying's going to be tight, huh?
It's going to be really close.
I mean, 222.5 right in that Newgarden range from his run. Kyle Kirkwood in that range.
Daly's heading 226 now.
I saw a 7.
2.7.
Maybe stepping it up a little bit. Let's watch the hybrid use for Connor Daly. Nothing through 3 and 4. See if he tries to regen Penske style here. Connor bails out. What did he get at the line?
222.578. That's his best of the day. Takes him to 25th above Ferrucci on a 222.504.
Puts him
8th and Ferrucci 9th on the 19.
How about this guy? Kyle Collette just continues to impress this week. He's sitting 7th right now. Top rookie by a mile. But he's also quick on the no-tow times. He's been
We're going to get a clean read here, too. Well, there's 3 other cars on the track, James. But Kyle Collette's got a pretty good gap to his teammate Ferrucci. We saw Ferrucci just go 2:22.5. Kevin, what can you tell us about the Brazilian?
They really want to work on the race car right now. They've been sitting for a long while. They've gone out a couple of times looking to find other cars to run with. And finally, they just said, well, we've sat here long enough. Let's go ahead and see what we learn. So I don't believe this is a qualifying sim for Kyle Collette right here, who continues to impress. And now he's decided, yeah, this isn't going to get as much done. We were hoping we would find some partners. We need to connect him with Christian Rasmussen, who wants somebody to run with.
Well, we know what Kevin's going to be doing for the next 5 minutes. Get those two together, get them out on track, make each other's day. Right, O'Ward still your fastest driver from Catchers and Evers, Armstrong, Rosenquist and Rossi.
This is the greatest spectacle in racing. We are green.
33 drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado. Let's go.
The Indianapolis 500.
Kevin Simpson in the beautiful Sunoco Honda. Stunning level, 19th fastest on the sheets as it stands. Started off the week 19th on the Noto, 20th overall. Slipped a little bit with his best time yesterday, but finding himself back in familiar territory, just inside the top 20 today.
Am I the only one that every once in a while gets a glimpse of this car and thinks that I'm looking back at Alex Rossi's circa 2019 in the Napa car?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not a million miles off.
Every once in a while, I'm like, here comes... Nope, that was 2 teams ago. He hasn't had that car for quite some time.
Meanwhile, Georgia, I believe, can update us on what's going on with Mr. Will Power.
Yes, I sure can. I talked to Will Power as he walked into the 26 garage, asked him how really these last 3 days have gone. He says pretty good. He's happy right now with both race pace and for qualifying setups and whatnot, but a lot of work to be done tonight. They're going to go in, you can see over here, 3 engines for the Andretti team. They're going to change the engine tonight ahead of Fast Friday. So a lot of work to be done back here in the garages, but overall, Will Power in his first Indianapolis 500 attempt with Andretti Global is happy with the car so far. So, I mean, for someone who's over 20 Indianapolis 500s, he's a winner of this race, to say he feels good going to the Fast Friday, that's got to be good.
Got to be good. Guys, tell me something, because I've seen this question asked a few times. Why is there so much practice time for the Indy 500? Because we know this isn't just a race, okay? We know that it's more than a race because of what it represents and what it means, but also in terms of the fact that this is a month-long affair. For some people, it's a year-long effort to get here, 6 months to prepare a car. But
well, I think if you
why so much practice?
If you look at the history of this great race, and if you have a chance to get into the museum in the infield, that'll really tell you everything. Historically, you had the wildest of science projects coming to this facility. It truly was the full month of May with testing, because you know you'd get somebody like Granatelli out in Santa Monica, California, stuffing a Pratt & Whitney PT6 turbine into a race car with 4-wheel drive, and they'd come here to test it first to see if it would even work, if it would even turn. You know, all of the, you talk about tweaking, they were flat out fabricating new parts and bits on the spot, trying to get everything to work. And I think it's a great part of the history of this race. Of course, now we're in the spec era, where, you know, the most exotic thing is a different damper on the race car, and you still have lots of options, but it just takes longer to test things here too, because you can't do it like a road or street courses where you're just throwing big spring changes or geometries at the car without going back to the garage and measuring it. But, I mean, you go back to the earliest days, Indianapolis, first and foremost, started its life as a test track. And what a beautiful shape they created, James. When you think, I mean, just think about how awesome this place is. You talk about getting it right on the first try. Carl Fisher in the sand there with a stick, drawing out this, you know, they say oval, but it's really a shape all to its own. And boy, they just nailed it.
It's a rounded rectangle. We did the math last year.
I remember that.
Kevin.
Marcus Armstrong is done for the day. Third on the overall charts from the race running. Let's talk qualifying first. Where do you feel like you're at? And do we even really know where everybody is at until we get the extra boost tomorrow?
It's certainly tricky to know exactly where everybody is, but I mean, there's been a couple of cars that look quite strong for sure, but we don't really know. And frankly, we're just getting a feel of our qualifying car. We haven't really felt this qualifying balance since the open test last month, so we're just getting to grips with it and dialing it in.
What's the process like for someone who does not come from an oval racing background like you each year, year number 3 at Indianapolis? What's the comfort level from where you were at, and how do you go about that process?
Well, certainly it looks more daunting from the outside than it feels inside the car. I mean, when I stand here and I watch these guys tip it into turn 1 at, I don't know, 225 mile an hour today with low boost, it looks fast. And then when you're in the car, seemingly it's under control and it feels very comfy. So, I mean, when you're in there, it's more natural than walking, but you know the deal.
I don't know the deal. That's why I like to watch people like you that do know it. Thank you, Marcus.
Thanks, Ben.
We know the deal. And folks at home by now, I hope that you all know the deal. Because with 30 seconds until the top of the hour, as the sun dips down behind these majestic grandstands, these racing heroes ply their trade on track. Emerging from the shadows, pushing to find those extra thousandths of a second. You know, it can only be time for one thing. That's right, folks.
Delta Force, take us home. It's happy hour. Take us back.
Lap 2 complete.
Never get tired of hearing that song.
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best. When we were on board with Connor Daly, Indiana local, going around the speedway at speed. Incredible. How's Connor doing out there? 222.6. Solid.
That's his best.
That is absolutely solid. It's not being classified as a no-toe, unfortunately.
No, it hasn't been.
222.5 is still technically his no-toe.
So 77 Stingray Rob coming to the pits.
Yeah.
So this should classify. He's got Kyle Collette towing off him.
Deploy out of 2.
Collette's like, I'm working on race trim while the guy's on a quali run.
222.7. That won't count either.
No, Collette just did a 225.1. He's loving this draft.
Clear by 5.
Connor's just hoping that Collette doesn't make a pass.
Right.
Oh man, this looks hooked up. Looks really nice.
And consistent as well. This is something I've been really impressed with all day long, is the consistency of these runs. Again, we're going to add a bunch of horsepower, add a bunch of speed. That's going to pressure these tires more so. Got to be careful, pal. You got a car behind you at speed.
Close it in.
Unsighted by us, Rinus VK's done a 2:23.0.
Legit? Legit?
Yeah, legit.
No toe.
Super easy on that one.
Meanwhile, Pato O'Ward remains the fastest driver of the day. Wow, no one's quite as fast as Mario, but you know.
This is Indy's champagne. It doesn't come from Champagne, France, but from the southern region of this Holstein dairy cow. Rich, smooth, and best paired with victory.
Back and on board with Scott Dixon.
Sir Scott.
Sir Scott Dixon. P9 and on a quali run.
So that would be a 2:07 warm-up lap. As we get into the rhythm of calling these quali sims, we're going to see a lot of them tomorrow. We're going to see them exclusively tomorrow. There will be no group running. You're only going to see drivers trying to do these 4-lap runs. Not every run is going to be all 4 laps. It's going to be tough to finish all of these runs once we add the boost, add the speed. Balance won't be perfect for every car right out of the gate. One of the hardest things about Fast Friday is getting that first run complete, because the car can just feel so different when you add an extra 100+ horsepower, which is what these drivers are going to have tomorrow.
2:22.1. Just so you know, the best no-toe we've had today was Takuma Sato, a 2:23.8. Scott's first lap of a 2:22.1 would not have him in the top 10 on the no-toe chart.
I mean, other than Sato in P1 of the no-toe, the rest of the top 5, all Chevys. You got McLaughlin, Malukas, Rinus VK, and then Joseph Newgard. And that's your top 5 on the no-toe. So 1 Honda at the point, and then 4 Chevys. Dixon's second lap there, 2:22.1 again.
Well, and then you've got...
Sorry, that's incorrect.
Well, then you've got Kirkwood 6th. O'Ward, Chevy 7th. Then you've got Daly 23 in 8th. He's in a Chevy. Then it's Power, and then Ferrucci. So you've only got, what are we looking at? 2 Hondas in the top 10 no-toes.
But again, you're never sure what map the different engine manufacturers have their cars running in. And as we've seen so many times in the past here, since this engine formula came out, you'll often see one manufacturer maybe a little bit of an advantage at one boost level, the race boost level, and then it's usually pretty close. But we tend to see more of a disparity, Townsend, when we go into Fast Friday. We raise the boost up, and it seems that the different engines perform differently, and there seems to be a cycle. It ebbs and flows. Some years Chevrolet has the advantage in high boost. Some years Honda has the advantage. We're not going to know until we rock up tomorrow morning who's really sitting on top.
Well, and track temp now at 110, and another big differentiator is temperature, as Saturday looks to be quite a bit warmer, peaking out at 78. What'd you see?
2:23.0 for Scott.
That is an interesting run. That got progressively faster.
You know
but
what?
That's the point about temperature, is I don't know that we'll see that Saturday, certainly not Sunday, with the peak projected at 84 degrees. I think we'll see a more traditional fall off. But now we get to see what the reigning champ can do. Same team as Scott Dixon.
Dixon's lap didn't count on the no-toe list, and I'm confused as to why.
Maybe because Pelot was on an outlap.
No, Pelot was behind him.
Is Connor Daly out there? Because
no one else is out there.
Oh, yeah.
Because Connor's GPS hasn't been working for us, but he's in the pit lane right now.
Yeah, no. and Palou was behind. So
we can hear from Palou at 2:22.9. That's strong.
That's his best.
That puts him. Well, how come he's not on the no-toe?
He's not on the no-toe either.
With that lap.
I'm guessing because Scott was ahead of him
at the start of the
lap.
Well, we'll get a sense here because 2:22.9, very sporty. If he can maintain anything close to that as an average over 4, sitting very pretty for how things look right now. And let's watch his hybrid deployment. We've seen what the Chevys have been doing, especially in the Penske cars. Has anyone else decided to try it? And yes, right from the start-finish line, the recharge starts. It doesn't seem to be charging as quickly.
2:22.5 was that lap from Palou.
So he got about a half-pack charged into turn 1.
By the way, I love his system, which is the button hold for the fast jacker and the redundancy of the flashing red light to let him know that he's pitched down. Barry Wanzer didn't see something that he liked there.
It was an interesting strategy to start to regen literally at the yard of bricks and only get about a 30% charge by turn 1 and then deploy through 2. Penske are deploying pretty much from the moment they exit 4, about a quarter of the way down the main start-finish straight, and then they are, regenning, and then they are pretty much at 100% by the time they hit turn 1.
I wonder what they didn't like there. That looked well in order from the cockpit of Palou.
Yeah, interesting to abort the run.
Must have seen something in the data.
Important to remember that you can only expel so much energy per lap. And so right when you cross start finish the yard of bricks, I get why they start recharging so that you can start deploying again. But there was a different rate of recharge on the Ganassi car from what we saw the Penske cars running. You can adjust how aggressively the energy is harvested.
I think Penske was starting to regen earlier, though.
Potentially.
I think Alex only did it once he crossed the line. I think Penske are doing it pretty much as soon as they're exiting 4, they're starting to regen.
Ready to go.
But interesting that we have at least seen somebody other than Penske trying to regen on a qualifying lap.
The green flag flies. The IndyCar Fantasy Challenge, driven by Firestone, is back.
It's overtaken, same as you.
This is your chance to prove you know the fastest racing on Earth better than anyone else.
Let's just take care of the tires. Stay in rhythm here.
Pick your driver.
All good. Let's get back in the game here.
Build your team.
You guys are the best.
Compete against friends and family for bragging rights, plus some epic prizes.
It's going to be like 2 or 3 laps flat out here.
Get started for free at IndyCar.com/fantasy or by downloading Grid Rival on the App Store and Google Play.
Take the under. Keep going. We're going to have to pass those guys. Let's go, boys! Checkered flag, Mac. Congratulations, everybody.
And for Simpson, that will put him, again, 19th on the overall laps, and we'll see if that gets credited as a no-tow lap or not.
Back at Indianapolis, there's your top 10 no-tow speeds for the day. Takuma Sato at the top on a 223.8 from McLaughlin and Malukas. VK up there, Newgarden in the mix too. As we said a little bit earlier, only Kirkwood and Power, and now actually Alex Palou, the three Hondas very much in a Chevy mix. Bowles, our stats guy, agrees with me that Scott Dixon should probably be appearing on that top 10 list. We can't for the life of us figure out why his fastest no-tow lap didn't actually count. We'll try and get you an answer by the end of these 45-ish, yeah, 45 minutes remaining in the session. We sit on board for one of the rare times in an IndyCar season with Alex Palou. A beautiful view, not just from his car, but inside his helmet. This is what it looks like to be driving around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as the defending race champion and a four-time IndyCar champion. He's cool as a cucumber, isn't he?
Well, he's only going 209.
Only 209.
But I'm not sure if this is going to be another qual sim or if they're just trying to get a read on something here. I haven't seen his hands come off the wheel yet to suggest he's getting ready to ramp up his lapping, and I think indeed it was just that sort of a systems check, trying to get a read. Maybe it's a COP read that wasn't quite in the window for Barry Wanzer's comfort. So maybe they made a change and put them right back out on track to see if they can hit their numbers and then throw stickers on the car and make another run.
This is the madness of this place. You just referred to that. He's running around at just 209 miles an hour. Only 209. Those are the highest speeds we have seen this year.
It feels so pedestrian.
When you go 225, 230, and then you do a lap at 209, it's like you're in cruise control in the fast lane of the freeway, just kind of motoring along.
But to those of us who have never and will never get to do this, that's nuts.
No, nuts is when you're going 240 into turn one once you've turned the boost up tomorrow. I'll openly admit that anything in high boost is nuts.
Well, this is it, and we get to experience that tomorrow. But to have 209 miles an hour described as pedestrian, I think explains exactly what this place is all about and how quick this place is. It is such an astonishing circuit. Such a brilliant place to be. As Connor Daly brings the car back to pit lane in the Kingspan Chevrolet. The fastest man yesterday, Connor Daly, 25th on the day today.
The Indy 500 doesn't have a red carpet. It has bricks, riddled with oil, dirt, and 114 years of history. Pucker up.
Well, he has a record at the Indianapolis 500 that almost anyone would give their high teeth for. Santino Ferrucci, an incredible record here. It's a circuit you love. Explain to us exactly what it is about Indy that just seems to get you fired up.
I just love setting up the car here and just going through different, adjustments and trying to find something that's overly comfortable and, being meticulous about it. And, today is one of those days where you're doing that, getting ready for Fast Friday. We've actually ran more laps, I think, yesterday than we did all year last year when we were here for the week of practice. So really happy with the race car, really happy with the improvements with the team year after year. So I feel like the car's actually got a lot of speed and a lot of pace. So looking forward to using it next week.
Santino, you hold an amazing record here, 7 starts, 7 top 10 finishes. An average finish, I believe, of 6.1 in all of your starts. You finished every race, which I think is remarkable, even since your rookie year. And you're second to Ted Horn, and I asked earlier, what would it take for Santino to pass him? They told me, even if you won this year, it wouldn't be enough to, to surpass Ted Horn. But
don't let that put you off.
I was going to say, that's a buzzkill of a stat.
I'm still going to try.
Yeah.
But what I want you to know is you're ahead of so many great names that have had successful runs here. There's only one thing left to do, frankly, for you, and that's to win this thing. You've been with AJ Foyt Racing for quite a while now. Are all the pieces there to see it come together?
I think so. I mean, I feel like we're 95% of the way there. There's always room for something here and there, but as far as the team growth's been, it's been incredible. I mean, thinking about last year, right, we had so many different little things going on, and we still managed to finish 5th. So this year with us rolling out, the open test went so smooth. You know, the first 2 days here went really, really smooth as well. Just really falling into place with the car and the race car in a really happy position with it. There's, like I said, a few things that I'd like to tweak come Monday and Friday next week, but we're now fully in queue. Just trying to make my life a little bit easier come Sunday.
We were just joking up in the booth, watching cars run around, you know, doing cool down runs at 200, 210 miles an hour. And we joked that, you know, Townsend and I were saying it to Will, like, that's pretty pedestrian. It feels pretty pedestrian inside the race car at 210. 220, that's when you start to feel it. But tomorrow we're going to start going real fast. We're adding 8 to 10 miles an hour with the horsepower boost, about 100 horsepower more when you go up in the boost. Qualifying for me was always one of my favorite times of year here. Can you just talk to the people at home, explain a little bit about what that jump is like, that first run tomorrow when you've got 10 miles an hour more hauling the mail into turn 1?
I'm laughing. It's like the time I dread most during the year. It's the complete opposite of you. It's so different. Like, I was talking with Kaio at dinner last night, and he's like, man, it's like really easy flat right now. I'm like, yeah, it's really easy flat right now, man. Wait till you start hitting 235. I was like, it's such a different beast. The car is such on edge. Like, you want it to be one-handed today. Like, you want to be driving around at 225 with essentially one hand on the wheel. Super easy, super, super smooth. You go to tomorrow, I mean, it's like, to anybody that's driving on the normal road, say you go out on 465 here in Indiana and you're doing 65, and it's just try to picture doing 100. You know, it's just that it feels like a 40-mile-an-hour difference between 220 and 240 when it's really not. But it's incredible. The things, the rate of speed, the way that you go through changes, tools on the car. Like today, you didn't even think about it. So tomorrow, you're not going to have to.
Kaio has really impressed us since entering IndyCar this year, and particularly here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How impressed have you been with him, with his rate of learning, with how quickly he's got up to speed here?
Honestly, he's been really happy with the car, and he's been loving it. I think he really loves the Speedway, which is a really good thing. I mean, a lot of this place is mental. It's actually a little bit more comparable to golf at this rate. But, you know, he's been very, very adamant about some of the meetings and engineering. He's been very, very helpful for me as a teammate, just with car setup. We started very similar when we came here, and we've been doing changes kind of in unison and A-Bing off of each other. I said he's learning the track very well. His line is very good. Honestly, it reminds me of the Elio line. His real high, super late arc. It's like one of the hardest lines to follow because you can't pass anybody when you come across the track like that. But, you know, he's got a great spotter up in 1. He's got Poncho Carter's son, Cole. So, you know, he's been working with him. I have Dane in turn 3. So we basically have all the family and Bryson.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's been he's been loving it, and I think he's going to do really well. I think he has the right idea coming into the 500 next week. I also just told him, don't forget to take a sit back and enjoy this place. I mean, it's nothing like it. You're never going to see 350,000 people in a single day until next year.
You've been with your crew for a while now. Have you made any promises to them, like if we win, I'll shave my head or anything like that?
No promises. I'd like to go to Vegas, though, if we win. So that's on the list. I've been very, very hard, I guess. I think even the crew will tell you, I've been very, very harsh, you know, and very hard on everybody, including myself, last couple of days. You know, we're probably 9th in the no-toe charts last time I checked, and for me, I just want more. I want to be in the top 3. I want to be as fast, if not faster, than our Penske counterparts. You know, I've just really been pushing everything out of these guys. So they've been really receptive, and, you know, I'm very thankful that they've been patient with me.
When you talk about being faster than your Penske counterparts, Penske have been doing something that nobody else seemingly has, which is deploying between 3 and 4, and then regenning after 4 on the run down to 1. Why is no one else doing that? Have you thought about it? Is it doable?
We've been doing it
and have
too.
you looked at
You've
the
been doing
data?
it too.
Yeah.
We don't have.
We've been doing it too.
We didn't have the onboard with you. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things to where I think gearing is a big deal. Raw speed, just momentum is all sorts of different things. Obviously, I think we're missing a mile an hour right now compared to them. There's some things that I've obviously like to change. I'm very happy actually with the balance of the car. It's just we need to do a couple more things to get the setup up there.
Interesting. So you're regenning every lap like the Penske's are?
Yeah. So I'm doing it manually though. I think that they're doing theirs a little different. I like to pull the trigger manually. I'm very old. I like to have everything on the hands.
So I know we're heading into qualifying, so it's all about single car from here on out. But you've done a lot of race running. The whole group's been out there quite a bit this week with weather being good and everything like that. Who's looking good? I mean, when you're out there, you can kind of tell. I know it's always different tires, maybe different fuel loads, but you get a sense when you're out in the thick of it who's looking strong. So other than the 14 car, you say you're pretty happy. Who else is looking strong?
Man, the 10 car always looks good, which is difficult. It's so annoying. It always looks good. Pato looked really racy. Daly looked good. You know, I'm trying to think who else. Dixon, I mean, it's always Dixon. Every time I feel like I'm around Dixon, I'm just like, all right, cool. Like, what are we doing today? So, you know, there's been so many good cars. Even my teammate, like following my teammate was tough for me. Like, I just felt like he was, the car speed that he has is really, really good for a rookie. And yeah, no, there's probably like 5 or 6 guys that are standout like that. And, you know, Rosenquist, I liked being around him. McLaughlin was really good. I haven't run much around David or Joseph yet, but I'm sure that looking at the raw speed of those cars, they're all just fine. It's tough. There's no slouches really anymore.
Santino, AJ Foyt at 91 years old, still here, looks fantastic, has probably seen more laps from all perspectives at Indianapolis Motor Speedway than anybody. A 4-time winner. What sort of wisdom has he ever shared with you about getting around this place that you kind of carry forward each year? Is there anything he said to you that has been particularly impactful to you as a driver?
I would say, you know, after 2023, what happened, and then going into the bus with him, because I was like distraught. He was like, you know, there are some that you're not supposed to win that you win, and some that you're supposed to win that you don't. So he's, you know, just kind of take that advice and do with it as you will. But I mean, you know, he's 100% correct on all those meetings. And, you know, it's just something that as a mindset you're carrying through here, it's like it has to be your year to win this race. I just love being in the garage with him because I can go through the setup with the car. I can tell him exactly what it's doing. And he'll start to talk about spring split and all these other different things with ride height and rockers. And I'm like, yeah, it's just all pretty still accurate. I mean, oh man, he's 91, but I can still set up a race car without a doubt. I put my faith behind him. I know I wouldn't trust him with the front wing.
That a little too much?
I wouldn't. Yeah, he loves the. He used to.
I remember that. Scott Sharp, I think, he got over there and just started cranking away on him and said, "Go out." Scott went out and crashed, I think.
I think Larry's had the same experience, but Larry did say, you know, be very thankful the fact that the old man can't get over the wall anymore, because I'm sure he'd still do it.
Santino, what does this race mean to you?
Dude, this is everything. This is the one race that all of us want to win. We trade in everything else that we've done. I trade in all my statistics for one win around this place, without a doubt. I mean, this is what makes a driver. You know, this race is what makes you and embeds your name into history. So that's why we all want to win it so bad.
Well, you have finished in every position in the top 10, other than 9th, 2nd, and 1st. We hope you finish in one of those positions, preferably not 9th.
Me too.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you,
really appreciate it. Thank you, Santino. And hopefully more celebrating from Santino come next Sunday. Maybe milk, though, this time.
Green.
33 drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado.
Let's go.
The Indianapolis 500.
Papaya salad at Indianapolis. Christian Lundgaard on the top half of your screen for Team Papaya for McLaren. On the bottom half of your screen, the purple car of Ryan Hunter-Reay, which we should say, actually we will see this in a moment, because Kevin Lee has some breaking news for us on the 51 of Jacob Abel.
Well, what's been fun to watch here is the pit stop practice here in the final hour. And this is the 51 of Abel Motorsports, where they have only 2 people that have ever done a hot pit stop in an IndyCar race. Max Neyron, the air jack man, and then Derek Morris, the inside rear, who's done a total of 2 pit stops in his life. They've been practicing throughout the day. Here's the driver. That was a few moments ago, Jacob Abel. And I think the good thing is that the race car is good enough right now that you could stop working on that and start working on who's going to pit your car during the race.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really cool that we're able to get out here and just do a bunch of practice. It's so invaluable for these guys. You know, you can practice on a stationary practice car all you want, or in a shop or whatever, but actually being here on the front straight of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway adds a little bit of a different element to it. So it's good for me to freshen up on things as well, and yeah, really, really proud of these guys.
And it is a bit of a tryout. Jason Weatherford, who I know Hinch would know, worked with Andretti for a long time, is the chief mechanic, the crew chief of these guys, but everybody else is seeing how they go from the Indy Next program. How is the race car for you now, Jacob?
Yeah, it's good. We're getting there for sure. You know, we're making tons of progress, you know, just as we are on the pit stop stuff. You know, we're just trying to learn the tools that we have and make, you know, good changes to get the balance right in the racing and in the pack and all of that. And then, yeah, now we've just started working on a little bit of qualifying stuff recently, finally this afternoon. So, yeah, it's been fun. We're just trying to all gel and work together, and we're all having a good time with it.
Is it fair to say that Abel Motorsports is open for business? That is a blank side pod. Where can we contact the team for space available?
Yeah, hopefully it won't be as blank tomorrow. I'll just leave it there.
That's a good omen. So we might look for a different look on the number 51 Chevrolet for Jacob Abel. Thank you, Jacob. Good work so far.
Well, that's intriguing.
Cool.
Great stuff. There's Ryan Hunter-Reay in the purple papaya McLaren.
I had a green papaya salad the other night.
You did. It was weird.
It was a little strange.
It was underwhelming. Interesting nugget here. There was a lovely video just posted, I think, on social earlier today from none other than Reggie Miller.
Oh, yeah.
Who said, "Thank you for bringing 31 back to Indianapolis." Pacers legend, NVA legend, one of the all-time great shooters, of course, Reggie Miller, played for the Pacers as number 31.
Spent a couple hours with Reggie Miller on a mountain bike.
Oh, cool.
In Malibu years ago. What a nice guy. Strange sight, frankly, to see a guy 6'7", 6'8"
on a mountain
bike. But he's a huge cyclist. I still follow him on Strava. He's super committed to his fitness. Heck of a nice guy, and what a legend in this town.
Yeah.
Talk about clutch. We're going to be seeing some of that on Sunday, James, with an 84-degree track temperature, winds still unpredictable, and like you mentioned earlier, another 8 to 10 miles an hour piled on with the additional horsepower of higher boost. And final 25 minutes at this boost. And that makes me very happy.
I can't wait. It's so exciting when you come here Friday morning. I know we start at noon, so I guess it's technically Friday afternoon, but the first couple hours of practice always feels like morning. And they roll the car out. You know the wings laid back. You know the things in proper quality setup. Everything that they need to do to make the car as fast as possible has been done overnight. And you're going to go out there with that extra boost, that extra 100-plus horsepower, and the difference in speed. It's such a relatively small increase, right? 220 to 230. But I guess in absolute terms, it's small. In relative terms, in relative feeling, when you're out there, boy, do you feel that 10 miles an hour.
And, you know, the best part about Fast Friday, it always is the fastest lap we see all month because of the tow. You're not guaranteed private racetrack, private pavement. And so you might get 3 or 4 cars out there. You might get a pretty good swirl. And if you're someone like Connor Daly and you're on lap 4 and all of a sudden the speed starts rising, maybe you keep your foot in it just to throw up a big number and fire another shot at this field. we could see 2:36 maybe tomorrow.
Alex Palou, your championship leader, out here starting another run. Believe this is what would be the warm-up lap.
Would have liked a tear-off if I was Alex Palou. Nothing better than stickers, qual sim, and a clean aero screen.
Oh, look down, Alex. Give us a better view of that steering wheel. Just pinned. Motor humming. No hesitation.
Look at the hands.
Just so smooth. That last speed was a 2:21.49 for Palou as he just arcs it into turn 3. Did you like turn 1 or turn 3 better, T-Bell?
Turn 1. I liked turn 1 always seemed to reward the late turn-in, the late apex just a little bit more. Turn 3 was always pretty straightforward for me. But turn 1 was the take a breath and carve it into a later apex, try to square off that steering wheel in the short chute, get as much acceleration as you could. Turn 2, I think the hardest corner on the racetrack typically, just the narrowest of groove I always found, especially in a crosswind. Turn 3, third hardest corner. Turn 4, generally pretty straightforward, unless you got your left front down on the Widowmaker there, that curb just across the pavement. That thing will loosen you up in a big way. So many crashes through the years from especially young drivers learning the hard way, climbing their left front on that curb.
Next lap if you want. Consistency's wild. 222.8, now a 222.7. Now we can see the wheel.
Strangely, though, neither lap showing up on the no-toe.
That is weird. He's got no one anywhere near him.
Jimmy, I gave you my corner priorities in terms of order of difficulty. Do you concur, or how was it for you?
Yeah, I concur with your take on turn 1 there. That sort of late turn and late apex seemed to be a little bit of an advantage. Turn 3 was a bit more forgiving, I felt, in that sense, even with the bump in the middle. Turn 2, treacherous in almost any condition. Yeah, very, very razor-thin margin. And turn 4, in totality, probably the most straightforward, but on the wrong crosswind, boy, could that thing bite you. You had to be so careful on a bad day with the wrong crosswind.
We saw that from Alexander Rossi earlier in practice. Kind of a strange gust that kicked up in a totally different direction, and Rossi was loose just on turn-in, which is the scariest way to get it.
And the wind direction at that moment was a tailwind. It was an east to west wind, so pushing the car into turn 4. But what a tailwind does is essentially takes that wind speed off of the bodywork and robs you of a bit of downforce while it's pushing you into the corner. So easy to get loose when you're turning in with a tailwind.
Well, Alex Palou with a consistent run there, 222.5 for his last. 222.8 should have put him 6th on the no-toe list. For some reason, he's not showing up there, even though he should, but that still puts him 1 mile an hour off the top time of the day.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Back in Indianapolis, and that is the trophy they're all chasing, the Borg Warner. The face of every driver to have won this magnificent race over its 109 runnings. The 110th comes your way, 2026, May 24th, live on Fox. Right on board with Pato O'Ward. Fastest today, one of the favorites for the race, has come so close, agonizingly close so many times. Riding on board courtesy of Arrow. Oh, we're getting a Chevy Honda Harmonic Chorus. The Chevy's gone down in the mix.
Got to sync the props here.
Need to bring the Chevy up more in the mix. You can't hear it anymore. It's all Honda at the moment.
Need Pelot to get up on the gas and match revs. It'll come.
Yeah, need more Chevy in the mix. All I'm hearing is Honda.
I think we need more Honda in the mix. All right, Pelot, light this candle. Here it comes. Nope. He's just on another fact-finding mission.
He's just cruising. Whereas O'Ward is absolutely on one.
Maybe IndyCar mandated he do his ROP again.
Yeah.
Flag, white flag.
There you go.
See, we needed that higher in the mix. That's pacey.
Is that hybrid use?
Was that a legit 225 through turn 2?
He did 205. Oh, sorry, that was Pelot. Yeah.
Last minute adjustment to the front bar there. Regenning again, then deploying through 3 and 4. I mean, you just
5 when you can, orange 5.
Look at the comparison of Pelot's hands or Newgarden's hands to O'Ward's hands, James.
Nice.
Talk about all that feedback through the wheel as O'Ward goes 222.9. That's solid, but this McLaren has a totally different feel through the wheel where I'm seeing it compared to some of the other cars out there.
And sometimes that's actually a driver preference thing. Sometimes there's a feeling that a driver wants through the wheel to give you all of that micro feedback.
Is it way stiffer springs?
Could be stiffer springs, could be things done with Ackerman or
inverter dampers.
Yeah, things like that to kind of just change the feeling through the wheel and the feedback through the wheel. Look at that, Siegel making an adjustment to the bar in the short chute.
Looks very similar, doesn't it, on board? Nolan Siegel's hands look just like his teammates, so pretty consistent kickback across the McLarens.
Told us at dinner the other night he put Pato's setup onto his car for the week and was barely hanging on to it for day one, but got to grips with it and actually started to really enjoy it.
Little offset of the Firestone labeling there.
That could be a bit distracting.
You would think.
It's funny though, trying to make a bar adjustment in the short chute. You can do it now at mid 220s, but when you're mid 230s through there, that turning point for turn 2 comes real quick, and trying to get your hand off the wheel, make an adjustment, not over adjust, because it's not one notch at a time. You can accidentally go too far.
Well, and there's a detent release kind of spring as well. It's like putting a German car in reverse.
Any German car in particular?
911.
Siegel still flying around in the 221s. Lundgaard's on his first real flyer.
Not seeing the kind of top speed out of Lundgaard that we were seeing out of O'Ward earlier.
No.
Pato just seems pretty hooked up this month, I gotta say. Right from the open test, that was one of the cars I sort of circled on the charts as a guy to watch. Decent pace on his own. Looks pretty racy in traffic.
Curious what Lundgaard's hands look like. We've seen O'Ward, we've seen Siegel.
Yeah, similar.
I'd say a little smoother, wouldn't you say? Not much.
Are you talking about the wheel? Or?
Yeah, just that kickback that you saw with O'Ward and Siegel. Maybe a skosh.
Yeah, definitely similar.
Think about your tools to keep up with it here.
2.7, 227, 228.
There you go.
Some fast bills to win in the 7 car at Indianapolis.
If I was Lundgaard, I'd be changing my name.
Billy Loon.
Why not?
Little Billy Lundgaard.
Billy Guard.
Map 3, please. Red 4 when you can.
Kyle Moyer coming on there, just calmly reminding his driver.
221.7 lap 1.
It's good. It's not good enough to be competing with his teammate and some of the other quick Chevys that we've seen.
Lundgaard, who has admitted there is work to do on ovals. It's one of the reasons he's enjoyed Ryan Hunter-Reay coming into the team so much. They speak the same language. I mean, not literally.
Okay, this is halfway.
But very much Ryan He likes a similar setup to a car, as does Christian. And Christian rolling in off the back of a famous win here on the Indy Road course on Saturday, his first for McLaren. Not before time either. He has settled into this team magnificently since joining at the start of 2025, really giving Pato O'Ward, the team leader, a run for his money over the first 18 months of their partnership. And Christian now higher than Pato in the Drivers' Championship. Really needs a good Indy 500 just to cement his prowess on ovals. But we know that O'Ward will be in the hunt at some point in this month of May. He always is. Lundgaard, that's his best, 222.4.
Back of the car just looked a hint nervous to me exiting turn 1 in the short chute as it squares up. You know that little sort of rear steer moment right at the exit? This is lap 4, that simulated run, and you add 8 to 10 miles an hour, and all of a sudden that little tap dance at the back of the race car becomes a much bigger issue. You've heard drivers talk about that all day, that with the extra boost, problems get revealed. It was so subtle, but I'm sure he felt it.
Interesting to me, he got faster. You know, lap 3 was his quickest of that run. We've seen that a couple times today. Pace almost growing as runs go on.
Yeah.
Atypical.
Well, we've been talking a lot about Dry and Reinbold Racing over these 3 days. They have turned up with a car to compete, be it with the tow or with no tow. We've spoken a lot about Connor Daly and, of course, about our own Hollywood Harvey, who's standing by with Kevin.
Yeah, Dry and Reinbold looks good, but we haven't seen Jack on the racetrack as much as today. What are you dealing with? How much has that set you back, if at all?
We had a fuel collector issue that's actually been a problem the last couple of days, but as we got ready for qualifying today, we knew we had the time to actually get into it and change it. It took a little longer than what we anticipated initially, so that lost us a little bit of time, and actually we had a fluid leak right at the end, so, well, I say it was mid-afternoon actually, but that was the end of our day, so just had to be a little bit on the cautious side, make sure that was fine, which seems like it is, just lost a lot of track time.
In these single car runs, we've been really looking at the different ways there is to deploy and then regenerate the hybrid. What are you hearing are the options? What have you guys tried so far that you're willing to share? Because we can, although we can't see you because you don't have the onboard.
Yeah, but people can still follow. A lot of people are watching you, Kevin, right now, so we can't be too loose with information. We've been trying to just honestly keep experimenting. I think this year, with not having that slow trickle down like we've had in previous years, it's kind of opened up the playbook a little bit. I've seen a lot of drivers do a variety of things, even some manual regen, and maybe that's allowing them to have a second squirt on the button, and then like we were, was just kind of one button push. Yep. So I don't think anyone's really dialed into exactly what that is. And talking to all of our Chevy guys, I think it's very, very wind sensitive. I think that's probably the biggest thing that we've learned over the last couple of days.
Will you feel the difference tomorrow when you're going maybe 10 miles per hour faster and over 230 miles an hour, topping out at 240-ish?
Well, that would be great. I would love to top out at 240. You'll definitely feel the difference. It's more so just like a timing issue from how you bring the car up to the wall, off the wall. You don't want to apex any sooner, so I think just softening hands and inputs, things like that's probably going to be the biggest focus as we head into Fast Friday.
Townsend's got a question, so I'll try to relay it.
Excellent. Yeah, Kevin, I just wanted to ask Jack about the trick nuts on his front wing. If he's aware of their little clever innovation there in mounting the front winglet. We'll show a photo of it.
Okay, look at here. Townsend's asking about trick nuts on the front wing with the winglets.
Oh, I thought he was talking about our partner Indy's nuts.
Oh!
That's not what he's talking about. That's a great shout out, Townsend. Guys, go and get your nuts checked for testicular cancer awareness.
No, I'm talking about these nuts on the front wing.
Townsend? I don't have a shot. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You don't have a shot of you don't jerk cam there? No, he has flush-mounted nuts.
Townsend, I feel so vulnerable. I can't hear you. I can't even see you. Kevin's relaying it. Text me later.
Well, you understand this. We're going to break. Counting down in Jack's head in 10, 9. Stay with us. There's a great look at the Invest Dry and Reinbold Chevrolet with many other partners as well, including Indy's Nuts at the Indy 500.
This is Indy's champagne. It doesn't come from Champagne, France, but from the southern region of this Holstein dairy cow. Rich, smooth, and best paired with victory.
This May, you're right in the middle of it already. Indy 500 practice, only one day to go before Indy 500 qualifying on Saturday. Carb Day next week, the Weenie 500. And the culmination of it all, the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. On May 24th, live on Fox. Well, here's everything that remains. We're right in the midst of Indy 500 practice. Qualifying coming your way this weekend, May 16th, 17th. Carb Day in the Weenie 500, May 22nd, and on May 24th, 110th Indy 500. Now, before we went to commercial break, Jack was giving us a nice plug for his sponsor, Indy's Nuts, which you can find on indies-nuts.com. And it is a very good website, actually, to go and check out. Because it is all about how to check for testicular cancer. They're also sponsoring Kevin's Burger Bash this weekend. Kevin, great to see so many drivers out there carrying stickers and promotion for Marcus Ericsson for mental health, for Jack with testicular cancer. It's great to see causes and issues being promoted to help people.
Yeah, my philosophy on this has always been we are lucky to have a bit of a platform. Race car drivers have a really big platform. So actually Jack made the introduction to Fennec Pharma, and they are the title sponsor of what we're now calling the Indy's Nuts Burger Bash to benefit the UIU Simon Cancer Center next Thursday across from Gate 1 at the USAC building in the back parking lot. It is free. Come and join us, and we'll have quite a few drivers there and maybe some broadcasters too.
Nolan Siegel back out on track with just 3 minutes of the session remaining. His teammate Pato O'Ward still fastest on the day. Guys, I can't wait for tomorrow. I absolutely cannot wait. The thought of an increase in power, 10 or more miles an hour heading down there into turn 1, all of that prep work, getting ready for qualifying at the weekend. It's one of the most exciting days of the year.
Yeah, then it gets better on Saturday, better on Sundays. They battle for pole, but Saturday, James, to make the top 15 for a chance to make the top 9 and the Fast 6 on Sunday, the mid-pack, that I'm going to call it the 222.5 range today. That'll be more like 230.5, 231 range tomorrow and Saturday. I think it'll be fiercely contested. We don't have bumping to make the field this year, but I think you're going to see a lot of bumping to make that top 15 on Saturday. Give yourself a chance for the pole at the Indy 500.
And I just think conditions are going to be so different on top of the boost increase. So it's going to be tough for these drivers to really get a sense of where the limit is for these race cars. How brave do you want to be on peeling the downforce away? You've got to just deal with these new conditions. And it's going to be, they don't want us to see what they're doing to that race car. They're already getting it ready for qualifying.
Wow. One final run for Alex Palou. All season long, we have talked about how this guy during practice sessions just sits on his pit stand, chilling out, watching everybody else go out and do the work. And when he goes out, he just lays one down. Alex Palou has been a busy boy today. 53 laps already on the board. His 51st lap was his fastest lap of the day so far. A couple more laps, he'll probably be up into the top 5 of most laps run today. This is unusual for Alex.
And look at that rear wing. That thing most definitely laid back. So he's done a few sort of data validation out and ins here. This might be our first true read of what does Alex Palou have on private pavement at IMS. Last call here with 56 seconds remaining. The call comes from Barry Wanzer.
Interesting to see this run happening so late in the day as we close in on our 18th complete hour of practice, of which we have brought you every minute.
Well, that's not super encouraging at a 221.7 for Palou. If it is a true qual sim, the call comes from Mixture 3.
Last man out on track is the man who topped the first day of practice. The defending race winner, the defending 4-time champion, Alex Palou. 22nd fastest at the moment. His last lap of the day. Checkered flag is out. And for Alex Palou over the line, it is a 2:22.6, so a consistent run from him, but not one that will set the world on fire. Guys, what a thrilling day, but tomorrow it gets serious. Fast Friday, cannot wait.
It's such a different vibe when you get here for Fast Friday. It just takes so much focus and concentration from the drivers out there as that speed comes up and that real final preparation starts for qualifying. And Joseph Newgarden, he's already getting himself ready to go.
Getting psyched, finding speed, on his feet, and in his seat.
And that is what it's all about tomorrow. We go for the fast times. Cars getting trimmed out, preparing for qualifying. Legends at the track. Join us for Fast Friday, day 4 of practice before we qualify this weekend. The greatest spectacle in racing around the corner. Fast Friday is tomorrow. Join us, 12 Eastern, FS2. We'll see you there. Everything it means, everything it represents. Joy? Yes, of course. But the work, the effort, and for 32 drivers and teams, the total devastation of not walking away with the victory. Only one will. Who will it be in 2026? Welcome back to Indianapolis for the final 2 hours of Wednesday practice as we prepare for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. We've seen all 33 drivers and cars out on circuit today. It has been cloudy, it has been cool, but that has given us some exceptionally fast times. Connor Daly, the quickest driver of the day so far, from David Malukas and Alex Palou. There, a slight idea of the wind direction and speed, which has changed a little bit since this morning. It's actually increased out there at turn 2, up to 12 miles an hour. The top 10 taken up exclusively of Meyer-Shank Racing, of Penske, of Andretti, and of Ganassi, for all except one place, and it's the top space for Connor Daly, for Dreyer Reinbold Racing, 228 miles an hour. A couple of McLarens improving on their times from yesterday. Nolan Siegel up in 12th, Ryan Hunter-Ray getting some good running in 13th. Some rookies in the mix as well. Kyle Collette, Dennis Hauger, both up there in the top 20. As we welcome you to the booth with myself, Will Buxton, with Townsend Bell, and with James Hinchcliffe. Guys, what are your big takeaways from the day so far?
I'm just loving this lap of 228 from Connor Daly. You know, when we get to extra horsepower and bigger boost on Fast Friday, you add 8 to 10 miles an hour to that 228. We're talking 236 to 238. Again, it's in the draft. But I just love, you pointed out earlier, the top 10 now dominated by Penske, Ganassi, and Andretti Meyer-Shank, which is a Ganassi affiliate team. And then the one-off program, Dreyer Reinbold Racing, local boy Connor Daly with the #1 time. We can disqualify that as a draft. Connor being optimistic, I don't care. He's the fastest guy in this field today so far, and this kid is going big, James.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, you still have to have a tremendous amount of confidence in your race car to keep the throttle buried in a multi-car tow when you're cruising around at 228 average. So let's talk about what the top speed probably was heading into turn 1. He told me he wasn't even flat on that lap.
And he's getting after it right now, going from a good tow to a better tow. So this lap from Connor Daly should be pretty solid. He comes across the line. That's just 220.5, but could build as he works his way into the large group in front.
And Dallara Reinbold Racing are turning out to be one of the stories to follow of this Indianapolis 500. Yes, we know it's early, but they looked great in the open test. They've looked great for the first day and a half of practice here today. Connor Daly was third fastest on day one. His teammate Jack Harvey was third fastest in the no-toe speeds. So that's speed when they're on their own, that's speed when they're in the pack, and today in the pack, Connor Daly, fastest of all.
And that's one of those things that I think, you know, we talk a lot about how a team that only does one event a year could show up against these regular full-season teams and drivers and immediately be so competitive. But with Indianapolis, it's all about the details and it's all about the preparation. We heard that interview from Marcus Armstrong a little bit earlier saying how so much of your speed here is determined before you get here. It's all in the preparation. And when you only have to worry about one race a year, you can put a lot of love and a lot of preparation into those 500 cars. And that's exactly what Dallara Reinbold's done. A ton of experienced people on that crew and a full 11 months to get ready for the month that matters.
The hard part about doing it as a one-off, we talked about this in the last hour, is the chemistry of the team working under pressure when it matters and making sure there's not a miscommunication or a tiny slip-up that puts all that hard work at risk. Last year, that's what happened with Dallara Reinbold. Came up one lap short on fuel in terms of Ryan Hunter raced in. He had a race-winning car. He was in a race-winning position. They ran him one lap too long on fuel, and he ran out of gas. It was a crushing blow to a team that had worked so hard to be prepared, but in the heat of the battle, something is always going to be compromised when you're doing it as a one-off.
How fantastic is this to see? Feels like the actual Indy 500. 22 cars, that's 2/3 of the field out on track at the moment and circulating at speed. Brilliant to see for just the second day of practice.
And I'm watching that white, blue, and red car of Connor Daly just carve through the field. There's still 5 cars in front of him, but he's been methodically pushing forward. Nolan Siegel, the McLaren up ahead as we ride on board thanks to Arco. Just ride for a lap here and see if Connor's making any adjustments behind the wheel as he works the traffic. Good run right here.
All clear.
You want to hear the noise from the grandstands when this guy takes the lead at the Indy 500. He's a local boy from Noblesville. It's about 20 minutes, 25 minutes down the road.
I'm staring right here, guys. I'm watching that throttle trace right there. The confidence that Connor has in his right foot right now when he goes back to power mid-corner in dirty air in a multi-car line like this from pretty close. He's able to commit. So there he goes. He goes full throttle, having to feather it a little bit through turn 4, but still getting enough clean air on that front wing.
Yeah.
Look at how quickly he sucks up to the back of the 26.
All clear.
Will Power left him about a foot clear air to the apex of turn 4, and that's just enough for Connor to be right up against the curbing in the grass and grab some clean air.
So one of the things you have to think about when you're a driver on track right now and you're watching Connor Daly just cut through the line, it's where they at on tires. Obviously in the race you're all going to be in a similar situation most of the time, pitting around the same lap. Right now I was showing Connor on tires that are 26 laps old. No, he's a 23, 7 laps old compared to 26 4-wheel power. So a bit of a tire offset is certainly part of it, but still, to have that kind of control and confidence in the car. We've seen him come from 6th in line. He's about to go take the point.
And this is a really encouraging sign for the race team that if you end up off strategy, you know your driver Connor Daly on fresh tires can carve his way back to the front. We just watch him pass, 6 or 7 cars in 6 or 7 laps. So very encouraging sign. Frankly, I don't see the same kind of movement from anybody else in the field right now.
So you got McLaughlin at the front of this train that Connor's trying to track down with Castroneves in the middle. Right now, I'm showing 7 laps on the tires of Scott McLaughlin, so very similar to what Connor Daly has. There goes Castroneves, and Daly just takes
got them both.
Goes with him.
I think he got them both right there. Connor indeed passed 2 cars going into turn 1. Not a lot of people here today, but they certainly will take note of Connor Daly and Dreyer Reinbold Racing. That was impressive.
So this is what I want to see now. I want to see once Connor comes around, hits the stripe, he'll start a lap out front in clean air on his own. What kind of pace does he have while leading the field? I'm not sure we're going to get to know that, whether he lifted or Elio just caught him on pace. If Elio goes, he's not going by. So if Connor keeps his foot buried in it, this will be the lap that you want to watch. That last one was a 2:19.5, but obviously had that help down the front straight, past a couple cars. So let's see if he keeps it honest here.
Well, he's got a car just ahead of him, which is the number 9, I believe, of Scott Dixon. So that'll throw things off, and this will throw it off even more. Connor's either lifted, he is just going to let some of the field by right here. And I think it's more important than leaning right now is use tires for Connor Daly. See if he can drop back and do it again.
And this is what he's trying to do again. Let's take a look back at that move. Going the twofer into turn 1. Nick Castroneves pulls out on McLaughlin. You see Connor in tow there. And then, man, he doesn't even wait for Elio to fade up.
Looks like me, you, and Ed Carpenter back in the day.
Ended better, but yeah, no, that's incredible.
Connor has dropped back in the field. Kyle Kirkwood comes in.
It's a good spot right there for Connor Daly. Got about 5 cars now in front of him to start to go to work on as McLaughlin leads the pack.
Scotty's 5th right now.
I'll tell you what, Elio Castroneves not looking terrible.
Based on what we saw earlier, this is a marked improvement for sure. We know he's limited on laps he can run, but he's making the most of the laps he's got.
Elio Castroneves still running for his 5th win here at the Indy 500. This will be his 26th Indy 500. One of the drivers competing in there first. Mick Schumacher jumps up to 24th. 222.2, his best.
Graham Rahal to set his best lap of the day on that last lap as well. Still down in 30th position right now to 220.1.
I'm not seeing Elio Castroneves' car draft up quite as easily as what we saw from Connor Daly, but Castroneves does seem to be able to stay very close to McLaughlin's car mid-corner. That could be the result of choosing more downforce for this configuration.
Could also be consciously trying to stay back behind McLaughlin and not actually pass him, even if he could.
Christian Lundgaard improves to 14th to 24.0. Catherine Legg improves to 30th. News out earlier today, she will contest the double, the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 next Sunday. But it's Daly still fastest, hoping to place his own name on the trophy and in history.
The Indy 500 doesn't have a red carpet. It has bricks, riddled with oil, dirt, and 114 years of history. Pucker up.
The green flag flies. The IndyCar Fantasy Challenge, driven by Firestone, is back.
It's overtaken, same as you.
This is your chance to prove you know the fastest racing on Earth better than anyone else.
Let's just take care of the tires. Stay in rhythm here.
Pick your driver.
All good. Let's get back in the game here.
Build your team.
You guys are in demand.
Compete against friends and family for bragging rights, plus some epic prizes.
It's going to be like 2 or 3 laps flat out here.
Get started for free at IndyCar.com/fantasy or by downloading Grid Rival on the App Store and Google Play.
Hey, Dan, just keep going. We're going to have to pass those guys. Let's go, boys! Checkered flag, man. Congratulations, everybody.
Back at Indy, back on board with Scott McLaughlin, whose Indy 500 in 2025 was over before it began. Something he got a bit of grief about this week from his good friend Bubba Wallace over in the Cup Series. Scott laughed it off, but it will have hurt desperately because he had a quick car underneath him last year. Got a quick car underneath him this year, 5th fastest for the day, 226.1. Right in the middle of the pack there as Alex Palou launches to the front ahead of Joseph Newgarden. And Elio's just hanging back there in 3rd. I don't think he wants to lead, T-Bell. I think there's normally a bit of an etiquette that if you're running up front, you got to get up to the point at some point and lead the pack for a lap and a half. You can't always just be hogging the dirty air, but
I was just thinking, how cool would it be to see these two going at it for the win on the last lap? The Surgeon versus the Warrior. I mean, Newgarden makes such big, bold moves with great effect. Palou, strategic, measured, calculating. I think it would be an epic, epic finish to see these two straight up down the stretch. I could name about 8 others to put into that group that could easily factor into the final few laps, deservedly so, based on speed, based on experience, and frankly, based on the quality of pit stops. That's something we talked about this last weekend at the Indy GP with Joseph Newgarden, is how strong all the other teams have become on pit lane, how proficient they are, how consistent they are, how well trained they are, how obsessed they are with matching Team Penske for pit lane performance.
Well, they're going to get an opportunity to put that into practice in 45 minutes time with all of the on-track running. We'll get live pit stops down on pit lane here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Some of these teams, of course, put together just for this fortnight of running. Jacob Abel's team and the 51 car made up primarily of Indy Next staff. He'll be jumping over the wall to service his car.
Another name you can throw into that mix that's kind of lurking a few cars back from this group, Santino Ferrucci. 7 races, 7 top 10s. The second best record ever for average finish in the first 7 races. Remarkable, especially given the fact that Santino's never driven for one of the, quote, top 3 teams, Andretti, Ganassi, and Penske.
He's got a knack for this place. There's no doubt about that. Right from day one, he was spectacular to watch, but what's so impressive is just his ability to kind of read the race, let it unfold, let it come to him. Because like you say, not always with the equipment to just kind of drive his way to the front. He's got all those top 10 results by being patient, by being methodical, by waiting to the end, putting himself in a position to go in attack.
There it is. Ted Horn holds the best average in his first 7 starts at 5.1. But Santino ahead of modern day reference points, and it's a good list. Castro Neves, Al Unser, Dario Franchitti. Those numbers are undeniable here.
Heck of a lot of Indy 500 trophies on the combined mantles of those drivers. Not been the start of the season that Santino Ferrucci would have hoped for after a very strong end to 2025. But this is a place where he lights up. Best finish of 3rd. And the 18th fastest yesterday, looking a lot better today. 225.594. His best of the day, up 3 miles an hour on where he was yesterday.
Rosenqvist sits P9 right now on the overall times for the day. It's been a mixed bag at Indianapolis for Felix as we go on board for the driver's eye by DHL with Alex Palou.
So fascinating to go on this driver's eye and just note all the rubber on the screen. You can see all these little marks. That's all just chunks of spent rubber coming off the tire. It hits the front of the car, creates that mark, and that's why you have to have tear-offs on the aero screen. You'll see when all these cars come in for a pit stop, one of the crew members' roles is to jump over, put an arm on either side of the aero screen and pull off two big, feels like pieces of saran wrap almost, to just give it a clean. And you only get so many that you can put on there. Sometimes they'll just clean it with, you know, with a cleaning product the same way you would a road car. But often you've got to pull the tear off, and it's so much more prevalent on ovals because you're going so fast, you're following so closely, so much rubber can come off of these race cars. But that starts to become a real problem if you can't get it taken care of.
And that's after maybe 20 laps of running.
Yeah.
So you can imagine 200 laps. That's where those tear-offs are so critical with 30-lap stints.
And how brilliant to be able to sit inside the cockpit, inside the helmet of the 4-time champion, the defending Indy 500 race winner, Alex Palou. We don't often get this view of what it feels like to be Alex Palou, what it feels like to sit in his seat. But we're going to have that here this year at the Indy 500. Wonderful stuff. Newgarden back to the front from Castro Neves. Behind him, Scott McLaughlin, the 21 of Rasmussen, the 60 of Rosenquist, the 33 of Ed Carpenter, the 27 of Carl Kirkwood, the 19 of Hauger, and the 6th of Nolan Siegel, all in a nice bunch at the moment as Castro Neves runs to the front.
Impressed, very impressed with Castro Neves. We were questioning how good his car was. He seemed to be questioning that a little bit yesterday, but he's been out here for 20 some odd laps and continues to have really no trouble to reclaim the lead. Now the leader typically will lift and drop himself back in traffic, but the trailing rate for Castro Neves on old tires looks pretty encouraging, James.
Definitely, but the one thing I want to kind of just point out right now is a lot of these cars are looking pretty strong. A lot of these cars look like they're able to run pretty close to the car in front. But what you got to point out is right now conditions are pretty ideal. 90-degree track temp is that perfect window where the track's warm enough to give the heat to the tires that you want, but cool enough that we're not overheating anything. And then you've got your ambient at 64 degrees. What that means is the engines are running nice and cool, so you can get a lot of horsepower. It means that the air is nice and dense, which means you get more downforce for a given wing center. So you see a replay here at Newgarden going by Castro Neves. And he falls in line. Just watch the car. So you just can't quite keep up. Just looking at the cockpit of the 06. So you see the car on the back of the car moves a little bit right at turning there.
Interesting thing for me is watching the vibration on the front wing.
Yeah.
As soon as Castro Neves got passed by Joseph and he pulled in front of him, that front wing just starts to wobble. How much front end do you lose when you lose the lead like that? Someone cuts in front and that clean air that is hitting that front wing is suddenly disrupted.
It feels like half of it you lose, even though it's probably not that much, but the effect is dramatic. And you have to be so careful not to add too much steering into that void when you're the trailing car, because then if you slide, or when you slide up, and let's say you clear to the high side and pick up some clear air, you've got to be really proactive about unwinding a lot of that wheel as the front wing grabs clean air and loads up and bites with grip. See a lot of accidents here that are a result of getting into that jet wash, sliding up and then grabbing on the front end. Let's take a look at the Dallara cutaway car, James, because does a lot better job than we can with words showing you visually what's going on in the draft.
So obviously the car in front, if you're offset from the car in front, you're getting 100% clean air under your race car. That's 100% of the available downforce. But as you fall in line and you get into that disrupted air, you can lose up to 30% of the grip off the race car. That's why you're trying to kind of always have either the left side of the wing just a little bit lower, or here the right side of the wing just a little bit higher mid-corner to try to hang on to as much of that downforce as you can. But it's like driving through the wake of a boat on a lake. It just kicks all the air out in every direction and really takes a lot of the grip, a lot of that aerodynamic grip away from the car behind.
Daly holds his own out front. Power goes through as well. But it's Daly to the fore of his group. Stands at the fore of the times. Just over an hour and a half remain on day 2 of practice, the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500.
This is Indy's champagne. It doesn't come from Champagne, France, but from the southern region of this Holstein dairy cow. Rich, smooth, and best paired with victory.
Back in Indianapolis, Jacob Abel out on track has just improved to a 2:20.8. Despite the group running, no faster times for the day yet from this leading group. But all of this running critical, absolutely key for getting the .63 track temp, dropping in turn just a couple of degrees.
Look at that throttle trace. You think it looks easy just following around here in Indy practice? A lot of work from Will Power with his right foot, just hunting for the perfect symmetry of throttle and grip.
Will Power, an Indy 500 winner, joins Marcus Ericsson at Andretti as Indy 500 race winners. Incredibly, for the man who has won 71 pole positions in this sport, yet to take one at the greatest spectacle in racing. With an hour and a half, Joseph Newgarden's off to have a bath. He's done. He's with Georgia.
Lap count. We were just looking at his lap count there. I'm here with Joseph Newgarden. He's turned 90 laps today. Were those a productive 90 laps?
Yeah, definitely productive. I mean, we got a lot of work done, which is great with our shell car. Team Chevy's been doing a great job. You know, just working with us as always. It's a very methodical thing to be here, and you got a lot of time, right? And there's good moments, there's bad moments, and you got to kind of ride the wave a little bit with Indianapolis. But yeah, I think we got a lot done, and you know, we're making progress. Is probably the best way to put it.
How did your car feel in traffic?
Just okay.
Work to do.
Yeah, room for improvement for sure.
Thank you, Joseph.
Good to hear from Joseph Newgarden. P6, 90 laps on the board for him today. Hour and a half of the session remain, and when we come back, a very special guest.
Green.
33 drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado.
Let's go.
The Indianapolis 500.
An incredible museum looking back over the entire history of this wonderful circuit and this incredible race.
Incredible race right now with an hour and 12 to go. seemingly the entire field out there looking to mix it up in traffic and get ready for race day.
It was perfect timing. Everybody was kind of in, making changes, filling fuel while we were chatting there with Carson Hocevar. And as soon as he walked out, I think everybody was watching in pits, and they're like, okay, yeah. Carson's gone. Let's go back out and put on a show.
Can I just say I'm instantly a Carson Hocevar fan. What a great young man. I love his candor, his enthusiasm, kind of up for anything. Met Gala, Indy 500 driving. He's ready to go. And I thought he was taller than he is standing next to us. There's no problem for him getting into an Indy car. I think he can make it work. If the guy can drive with no steering wheel hanging out the window, he can certainly figure this out.
I think if the Wilson brothers can fit in an Indy car, we can get Carson Hocevar in there.
I don't think he's that much taller than Graham.
No.
I really don't.
I can't tell if the long legs, short torso is a good thing or a bad thing. I guess it's good to keep your head out of the air.
Maybe they can create a little knee bubble, sort of like Dan Gurney's bubble in the Ford GT back in the day for head clearance.
They'll figure it out.
A little Carson knee bubble in the monocoque.
What a rock star, though.
Yeah, great guy.
Great guy. Great guy. Would love to see him in the Indy 500. But for now, we have a new name in the top 10. It's that of Will Power, 225.133.
Seeing the purple car there of Ryan Hunter-Reay start to make some moves as well. As we ride on board with Will Power, this looks a lot like fresh tires, good smooth grip early on in the tire stint. Let's watch the throttle trace here as Power works to close the gap to Hunter-Reay.
And our data is showing that's about a half stint on this set of tires. And you could see coming off the corner right here, he saw it out of one, seen a little bit out of two. Just mid-off, you don't see his hands opening up. He's holding a constant steering lock because he's just fighting some understeer. Car's a little bit tight, front tires sort of grinding across the racetrack, but you see him get nice and close now.
Does seem to be a unusual amount of buffeting right there, James. Mid-corner, either vibration.
One back, looking outside, clear.
But that's the effect of that turbulent air. Just kind of shakes everything around, including our camera, as Nolan Siegel is the next car up ahead.
And that position there, that's where Power's got to make that call. Am I going to keep my foot buried in the throttle, try to follow Hunter-Reay through, or is the timing not good enough? Do I have to back off and not just not run into the back of Siegel, but give yourself enough room on the entry to have enough grip to get through the corner? That's all part of this timing. And a speedway.
And a great example of decision making. First half of race, second half of race, first stint versus sixth stint. As you see team owner Dan Tauris there on the right looking on curiously to his big off-season signing here. A big contract for Will Power.
And standing next to the other big off-season signing, that's Ron Rzuski, also formerly of Team Penske, who calls strategy on the 26 of Will Power.
How much do you think Dan Tauris consulted Ron Rzuski about that acquisition? You know, hey, we're going to go after Will Power here. What do you think?
Chicken or egg? I don't know which one was being signed first. Maybe Will had more of a say, more input on whether they went after Ron.
There's contracts and there's conversations, and we don't know which one might have preceded the other. Will Power starting to work the throttle a little heavier there to stay close.
And again, now he's a little bit further back in the line. Now he's fourth. That changes things. When you're second in line versus third in line versus fourth in line, that dirty air effect just compounds with every car further back down to a certain position.
I don't know if you noticed there, but 230 miles an hour for Will Power with the tailwind and the big draft. So big speeds with the wind helping you down the front straightaway.
Well, I mean, trap speeds right now, just as Pato O'Ward crossed the speed trap, he hit 229 there. That's now 232 into turn 3. Connor Daly, 232.9 is the top trap speed into turn 3.
That's into a headwind.
That might not have been right now, though. That could have been earlier in the day.
We've seen 229 in turn 4. So as our data cycles, we should get a turn 1 trap speed here shortly.
Fast times being down. Rinus VK improves to 27th, Jacob Abel to 24th, Dennis Hauger to 23rd.
James, start finish trap speed, Kyle Kirkwood 239.5.
Let's not rob him of that half mile an hour. He's half a mile an hour away from 240 miles an hour. heading into turn 1 across the yard of bricks. That is absolutely hauling the mail.
I hope Carson Hocevar is looking at that data. He'll be going, oh, heck yeah.
I hope he's having a chat with Dan Towers.
Cassidy first. Man, the snake is forming there mid-pack. There goes power on Hunter Ray and Connor Daly, I believe, on Pato Award.
And we are about 7 minutes away from hot stops taking place on pit lane. Good opportunity for everybody to practice race-style pit stops.
Great practice right here for the field. This is where, as a driver, you've got to recognize this rare opportunity. Okay, everybody probably on similar fuel and tires. This is kind of an apples-to-apples situation. Let me start really working my controls and thinking about how do I stay ahead of tire degradation. It's going to come at one end or the other, and you want to beat the tire to it. You want to make the adjustments before it reveals itself, because it's often too late at that point.
Below just out of the pits. Kind of blends in mid-pack. Scott McLaughlin right in front of him there. He's just getting up to speed. When he crosses the line, we should get an update on what his tire life is. It looks like that is a brand new set now. So he's going to be a little bit out of sync with the cars around him. McLaughlin on 14-lap tires. Right in front of him, ahead of him, is Kirkwood, who's on 20-lap tires. So big tire advantage right now for the 10. Look for him to cut through the field.
Takuma Sato, front row of the grid for last year's Indy 500s. Hasn't done much running today. He's up to 28th place and back out on track. Carson has found Cassidy once again. Good chat going on there with Shaw about getting him into the car. Graham Rahal is back out on track, 33rd and slowest as it stands. Only had 22 laps on the board for the majority of the day. The driver who finished in the top 10 in times yesterday. Just over an hour remains here at Indy. More track running, more pit stops to come.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
It's the greatest racetrack on earth. It's the greatest spectacle in racing, the Indianapolis 500. And these days of practice, they're not just practice. None of this is taking it easy. It's at times almost exciting as the race itself. We're seeing them go 3 wide, 4 wide, and some mad moves being put on the racetrack. Alex Palou passing Helio Castroneves, the 1-time winner, passing the 4-time winner.
Bit of a dress rehearsal, I think, for what we are going to see. Look at this. Connor Daly making it 3 wide into turn 1. Will Power not expecting it and saying, nah, this one's still my corner. Oh, so close. Power hanging it up on the outside there. That's tough to do at this time of day, but he's giving Connor enough clean air. Let's see it on board with Connor. 1-car draft, 2-car draft. That's a late move.
Connor.
Connor's already lifting out of it basically as soon as he pops. That was a lucky miss for both of those guys.
On board here with the 26 of Will Power. He pops out. His spotter's probably saying one look and inside. That's kind of what you hear from the spotter. The tone of voice is so critical.
I'd be firing my spotter if his voice went up that much when someone was doing that. You want a spotter that's cool, calm, collected.
Well, I don't know. I don't agree with you on that.
Okay.
Because I want tone change with sketch factor. As the octave raises, it tells me this is critical to avoid contact. So I agree with you. You want them calm, but then when they raise, you know something serious is going on.
I know by the phase of the corner if he's saying inside at that point, the sketch factor is pretty high.
We haven't disagreed for a while. This feels good. It's like the old days.
Welcome home. This feels like home.
Pato O'Ward having a slightly better day, 18th fastest for the day, 223.6. Alexander Rossi ahead. Rossi, who's done nowhere near as many laps as he did yesterday. Almost a half race distance, well, actually over a half race distance for Alex Rossi yesterday.
And see, that was a conscious effort for Pato O'Ward to not go by Rossi. He wanted to spend another half a racetrack behind him. Now Rossi's going to pull over and make Pato take the point. Rossi wants to fall back behind Palou there into a nice pocket of cars and start working on his race car. And feeling out his race car in those conditions.
Meanwhile, in their own special part of the track, you've got 3 RLL cars working together, the 45, 75, and 47. That's Foster, Sato, and Nick Schumacher. I wonder if that's a case of they're saying, hey, we're going to do our own thing and not get caught up in the madness of the big pack, and the 3 of us can learn plenty on our own.
I think that's a great point, especially with Mick, with the rookie. We talked about it earlier in the day with Kyle Collette running around on his own with Santino Ferrucci, just kind of getting that one-on-one training for Mick. You're getting some training with Louis, who's done it before, but more importantly with this guy here, Takuma Sato right in front of him. You know, I spoke to Mick this morning. He said the biggest help that Sato's been has been the 2 of them running together on track and then talking after the fact. And Takuma would say, okay, this is what I saw. This is what you were doing. This is what I would do.
The cars out on track and expectation rising, some starting to lower. Bathing this historic track in a golden hue means one thing.
And one thing only. It's happy hour, boys, at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Gotta love it. Nolan Siegel cruising around out there. Kev, what's happening with the number 6?
Well, one thing over the first couple of days, he's looked pretty solid, and listening to his radio and the feedback that the team is giving him and what he's giving them, is they all seem pretty happy right now. And also with these long practice runs, 4 straight days of 6-hour runs and the weather forecast looking good, it gives you time to try some things. Just a couple of minutes ago, Siegel was told not to use regen over the next few laps. So I'll let you guys explain a little bit more as they just evaluate what the impact is if you're not trying to regenerate the hybrid. I'm assuming on fuel mileage, on pace, on handling, everything else.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't race in the hybrid era, and so James, I'm curious if Siegel's been asked not to use regen. Are you getting better mileage without using the hybrid? Are you maybe getting better pace? running in traffic. I'm not quite sure what the logic would be there, but they want to get the data. You don't know until you try.
I would imagine it's a function of mileage, yes, because by deploying again, you have to regen, but regenning essentially puts an extra draw on the motor. So you'd think that that's going to take away a fraction of the fuel efficiency.
Well, it accepts energy and then releases energy, so it seems a little counterintuitive.
Is it a net gain or loss?
We don't know, but maybe that's why they want to try and figure out definitively in race running.
Are we thinking race running or are we thinking qualifying at the moment? Because, of course, such a huge part of the run for qualifying last year was how you deployed, when you deployed. Or would that be more when they were kind of out on track by themselves?
At this moment, I think it's all pure race running. I don't think anybody's in qualifying mode. That sort of happened more middle of the day as the action's still pretty fierce there. Ericsson, I think that's McLaughlin or Palou at the tail end of that pack.
Tail end of the
That's
pack
Palou.
is Palou. Now, Graham Rahal was having some issues, or certainly was in the pits for a long time. His car back in the garage for a good long time in the middle of the day. Kevin, what was going on with Graham?
So better to check with the source going to the team. No issues. They were doing qualifying sims early on in the day, and then so you have to change the car over. It's a different type of setup. So that's what they've been back in the garage doing, getting set to run here in the pack, in traffic, as far as race running is concerned. But no problems for the number 15 as far as mechanical or anything else right now.
That is good news. Very good news.
Yeah, it can be quite a lengthy procedure to get the car swapped over from qualifying to race trim.
Alex Palou seemingly quick in all conditions. Third fast for the day, 226.9.
The green flag flies.
The IndyCar Fantasy Challenge, driven by Firestone, is back.
Is overtaken, same as you.
This is your chance to prove you know the fastest racing on Earth better than anyone else.
Let's just take care of the tires. Stay in rhythm here.
Pick your driver.
All good. Let's get back in the game here.
Build your team.
You guys are in demand.
Compete against friends and family for bragging rights, plus some epic prizes.
It's going to be like 2 or 3 laps flat out here.
Get started for free at IndyCar.com/fantasy or by downloading Grid Rival on the App Store and Google Play.
Head down, just keep going. We're going to have to pass those guys. Let's go, boys! Checkered flag, man. Congratulations, everybody.
In the run-up to the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, he would turn it around, qualify on the front row moments ago, getting a shade close.
Oh, yeah. Starting to walk around, and boy, with temperatures rising, James, over the weekend, we're going to see a lot more of that as the track tends to get greasy and tire deg is more of a factor.
Yeah, temps come up, grip goes down, speeds go up. When we get to Fast Friday, it's going to be a lot more of a handful than it is today. We can't say it enough times. The conditions today are so good.
So if it was a battle of bravery only on the last lap, and you had Takuma Sato at the front, who is number 2 for you on the bravery scale in this field? Sato versus who?
Rasmussen?
Good
Award?
one. Newgarden
would be my top 3, I would say.
Yeah. Can you imagine Rasmussen and Sato for the win?
I'd throw Rossi in there too. But yeah, this guy, you want to talk about brave, just look at the last few oval races. Be it Phoenix, be it Nashville last year, go back to Milwaukee when he had his first win in the IndyCar Series. You couldn't argue there was anybody braver at any one of those races.
I concur.
I mean, you nicknamed him the Salt in the Sketch. You got to think that he's up there.
I mean, he earned it.
100%.
It wasn't easy.
And he hangs on to it more often than not.
After 417 corrections of 20 degrees or more in Milwaukee, that was a title well earned.
A fine line between recklessness and courage.
And I was there. I was loving every second of it. Give me, I'll do those lines all day long.
That's, you live on that line.
But Daly's still the fastest of the day. Rasmussen seemingly with some work to do, 23rd.
Rossi just jumped up, actually.
He did.
His last lap before he
14th.
pit. Fastest run of the day for him, 2:24. Quick look at the no-toe times right now. Pato O'Ward is actually P1 at a 2:21.4. Rossi second, 2:21.3. Did a lot of work on qualifying in the early part of the day here. That team trying real hard. Ericsson is at the front of this pack at the moment, or in this pack. He's just fallen back. He's third over Rasmussen and Louis Foster.
I tell you what, Collette still looking pretty good.
This is what's so deceiving about 88-degree track temperature is everybody looks good, correct, seemingly right now. And you can really, even as a driver, you know track conditions are ideal, but it's easy to get lulled into thinking you're good because it feels good in these conditions, and it doesn't reveal itself. The separation of setup doesn't reveal itself much in cooler temperatures. If you added another 20, 30 degrees of track temp, all of a sudden you'd see the comers and goers.
So one of the things that teams do to try to combat that exact phenomenon is they'll actually intentionally peel downforce away from the race car to try to reveal the mechanical weaknesses in the car. So they'll set downforce to a simulated condition. So if you think it's going to be, 85 degrees on qualifying day, right now it's 63 ambient. If we think it's going to be 20 degrees hotter, you can do the math on what a given wing angle will give you for a downforce number at a different temperature. So they'll actually lay those wings back, remove downforce to what they think the number would be at an 80-degree day.
So that's matching aero, but there's no way to match tire temperature and track temperature, and that relationship, that chemical relationship between the Firestones and the asphalt here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that is special and can only be really properly simulated with the real thing. Higher temps and more sliding around.
We're keeping an eye on the battle of the rookies. Mick Schumacher currently 30th, Jacob Abel 26th, Dennis Hauger 25th. And we mentioned him earlier, Caio Collet, a brilliant open test here, was 8th fastest in the no-toes yesterday. Remains 8th fastest in the no-toes today, but critically is just outside the top 10 in 12th on overall speed. Caio Collet impressive once again for AJ Foyt Racing, a young Brazilian from Sao Paulo making his debut at the greatest spectacle in racing.
The Indy 500 doesn't have a red carpet. It has bricks, riddled with oil, dirt, and 114 years of history. Pucker up.
45 minutes remain. Action still thick and fast out on the 2.5-mile super speedway that is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Meanwhile, Jamie Little downstairs on pit lane with some news on our fastest man of the day.
Yes, Connor Daly, he has been so happy all day. The team is so happy. Just talked to them and asked what their plan is for this happy hour. They said, we're going to do 5 hot stops here. It's their first opportunity to really practice at the track. They've been practicing at the shop for the last 2 months. And so they're going to get 5 stops in. And then after that, they're not sure if they'll call it a day or not. They want to take care of the car, guys, as you know. Very happy in the Connor Daly camp.
Good news. Less happy, it looks like, down there on Ryan Hunter-Reay's McLaren. Work going on the front of the... Well, it's not papaya, is it? It's purple.
Unfortunately, the area that they're working on with Ryan's car is typically where some of the electronics like radio would be. And I think Ryan told us last night that this was an issue yesterday. Was radio trouble and maybe some telemetry trouble. So I'm not sure if it's pedal box or if it's in fact electronics, but they're still hard at work. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Nailed it. I just heard Ryan about 10 minutes ago saying, I still really can't hear you guys very well.
That's frustrating. And Ryan would like nothing more to be right outside pit lane, right out on the track, I should say, in that group, mixing it up, especially with limited running yesterday.
A lot of telemetry issues yesterday, some radio issues that carried through right from this morning. We had a report from pit lane that on his initial reconnaissance lap, install check, issues with that radio, and it's just, I mean, not only is it crucial for success, it is a rule, a requirement here at Indianapolis that your spotters can hear you and vice versa, and you don't want to mess with that. You can see what these packs become like when they start forming. You need all that information you can get. 2 spotters, 1 at each end of the racetrack, 1 in turn 1, 1 in turn 3, and you really need to be hearing what they're saying as well as what the team's telling you, because they're giving you crucial information on things like where you need the settings on the wheel for engine maps, things like that, thinking strategy when you're getting into the race, when to pit, things of that nature. So the communication between car and driver, or sorry, car and team and pit lane, absolutely crucial.
Starting to get some drivers coming in for some hot stops. But out on track, still this nice battle. The 2 black and green cars there are those of Louis Foster and Dennis Hauger. Jack Harvey, the other black and green car, but you can denote that from the orange camera on top of it.
One guy that we saw earlier that hasn't been out there just yet is Helio Castroneves, chasing his 5th victory. Let's see if we can get him real quick on the radio. Hey, Helio, it's Townsend in the Fox booth. You copy?
I do copy.
Hey, bud, what's going on down there right now? I saw some guys working at the back of your car, but now they're clearing. Are you getting ready to go out to run now?
Yes, I am. Just going to go back. We made some adjustments here on the set of the car. You know, it's pretty windy out there. Tried something different the last run. Didn't think was the best one. So just going to go out same tires that we supposed to be finishing the run, and yeah, see how it goes.
All right, well, you looked pretty good in traffic from where we were sitting, a lot better than we expected based on yesterday. So have a great run. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Again, still making changes, not 100% happy with that race car. Which, the only thing that really concerns me about it is what we were just talking about. These cool conditions tend to mask issues. So if you're not happy with your race car in these conditions, how much more trouble are you going to be in when it is, 40 degrees hotter track temp?
Well, it's such a great example. We're watching, it's like, wow, Elliott looked pretty good in traffic, but what you feel in the car is so finite and subtle that I think more than any other racetrack that you can go to in the world, feel at Indy is everything for a driver, no matter what the data says.
Daly and DRR getting their hot stops done. Critical, particularly for the one-timers, the teams formulated solely for this 2 weeks at Indy. to get as much practice as they can on pit stops. So many races here won and lost on pit lane.
You know, just talking about the pit crews and the importance of pit stops. James, last night, and Will, you were there, we're talking with Ryan Hunter-Reay and Tony Kanaan about how they recruited for this additional 4th entry for McLaren this year. And Tony Kanaan told us that he brought folks from Jimmy Johnson's NASCAR program in, and the speed was remarkable, demonstrating maybe a second better performance on an outside rear tire. Some of those former college and pro athletes that have been making their way in the NASCAR world with the tire changes coming to IndyCar. And Tony was quite, I think, quite illuminated at just how dramatic that performance enhancement is. And remember, IndyCar mechanics and crew members over the wall are doing all the jobs. And when you take a full-time athlete that does nothing more than change his tires and bring him to IndyCar, Tony Kanaan said, I think it's going to be a game-changing difference in the next few years about how we staff accordingly for pit stops.
I think it makes a lot of sense in terms of the investment teams are putting in. When the new car comes online, who knows where costs may be able to be saved and where finances might be able to be reappropriated around the team. But if it goes on to pit stop crews, as you're saying, Townsend, specific crews solely for pit stops, utilizing former college or pro athletes as they have done in the Cup Series.
And to a point that you made, you know, 3 and also 8 and probably 10 hours of coverage ago about how much tighter it's gotten on pit lane when you're chatting with Joseph Newgarden, who used to just almost have a gimme or two every time he would come into the pits in terms of positions gained. Now as it's getting tighter and tighter, as teams add performance coaches and pit stop coaches for their crews, that NASCAR model of bringing in, you know, a specialized team is going to make a difference. And you just look at who's been doing well in the pits so far this year. Ray Hall got ahead of Scott Dixon, who led the points with the 9 crew going into the Indy GP, but a solid weekend for RLL in the pits is what made the difference, as Daly's in for yet another practice stop.
And I know there's a lot of pride for the guys who get to jump over the wall, and girls who get to jump over the wall and do pit stops here in the NTT IndyCar Series. But as you're saying, it's an additional role on top of their roles as a mechanic, as an engineer. We've got yellow for debris out on track, so that will bring the running to a close and bring everyone onto pit lane. There's a lot of pride, obviously, associated with that. But surely there has to come a point at which management realizes, well, it's not about pride anymore, it's about competitiveness. And if I allow my engineers and my mechanics to actually focus on their job of putting this car together or getting this thing to run fast, and I can employ athletes to go over the wall and save me a second, I mean, it's a no-brainer, surely.
We shall see. That sort of paradigm shift hasn't happened yet in IndyCar. We operate in a more similar way to what you see in Formula One. In Formula One, the mechanics doing pit stops, those are mechanics. Those are people working on the race cars as well.
What would happen if the rules were changed for just 2 tire changers over the wall? Imagine the athletic demands would change dramatically, I think, in that scenario.
You said we'd gone a while without disagreeing. We did it once. We and I have already had this chat.
I just said what would happen.
Meanwhile, Carson,
the negotiation,
still trying to get that right for next year.
He's making progress.
4th seat at Andretti.
This is Indy's champagne. It doesn't come from Champagne, France, but from the southern region of this Holstein dairy cow. Rich, smooth, and best paired with victory.
Still under caution here at Indianapolis. Now we've got 2 Brazilians in the field this year. One of them a 4-time winner, racing for his 5th, what will be a record 5th win at the Indianapolis 500. The other, a rookie, Caio Collet, looking great out there, and a little bit earlier he caught up with Georgia.
This is Kyle Collette's first Indianapolis 500 experience. Got a little bit of traffic running earlier today. We're seeing a lot of it right now. I'm sure you're eager to get back in your car, but what was that like earlier?
Yeah, I think so far so good. Everything's feeling quite good. Obviously, I need to adapt a little bit to the bigger groups, and it's something that we'll do right now. I'm just looking forward to get back there and see how it feels. But so far, I think we are doing a decent job, just taking step by step, and hopefully we can build a good car for the race.
You are driving for an icon here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and to the entire motorsports community, AJ Foyt. What's that like? What does it mean to you?
Yeah, it's insane. It's something that I'm really proud of, so it's just another motivation to put in the work day by day and hopefully do a good result at the end of next weekend. But no, it's just awesome. This morning I was chatting with him. He was telling me like what sprints he ran back in the days, and no, it's pretty cool.
Oh man, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for those conversations. Thank you, Kyle. We'll let you get back to it.
Kyle Collette, 12th fastest today. And with everybody on pit lane, Hinch, it looks like you have a radio in your hand.
Well, yeah, let's see who's up for a chat. Oh, let's see if we can get the young Kiwi, Marcus Armstrong. Hey, Marcus, it's Hinch up here in the Fox booth. Sorry, did I wake you up there? I just saw you falling asleep. You look very shocked, pal. Did I spook you?
Looks like he's going to communicate with hand signals.
Does he realize he has to push the button on his steering wheel to talk to us?
I'm not sure if he does. Hey, Marcus, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Am I too loud? Thumbs up if I'm too loud.
Tell him to try his radio.
Can you push your radio button to talk to us?
Oh my gosh, I was on the intercom. Yeah, how are you?
Oh man, long day in the race car, I get it. I hope we didn't miss any good nuggets there, but why don't you fill us in a little bit on how the day's going so far. You're P11th on the time charts right now. How's that number 66 feeling?
The number 66 is feeling pretty spunky out there, I gotta say. We're working on our race car. But as well, our engineers have been working hard over the winter. They've been trying to put together a whole bunch of experiments, and today's the day we get to go and do that.
We were watching earlier and saw some, pretty spicy action out there. Are you kind of surprised at the level of competitiveness and risk-taking that we're already seeing on day 2 of practice in the group runs?
I haven't seen anything too spicy, but I was hacking around with Dennis Hauger on the last hour of the Open test, and it felt like the last lap of the World Karting Championship. But nevertheless, I feel like everybody's been behaving themselves so far, mate.
Sounds good, buddy. Well, it's a fast car. It's a good-looking car in that Acura branded machine, but we got to head to a commercial break before you guys get to green, so have fun in this last half hour.
Thanks, bro. Love you lots.
Back at you, pal.
One of the best personalities in this series, Marcus Armstrong.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Louis Foster out on track, sophomore driver coming back for his second Indianapolis 500. Had a career best results last weekend at the Indy Grand Prix. Finished P7.
Kind of interesting with all that activity and just 29 minutes to go. Louis Foster right now, the only man on track for just a second as Graham Rahal, his teammate, peels off and nowhere close to Louis. So maybe they decided to quickly put some qual downforce on and go get a few runs on a clean racetrack. Looking at the rear wing of Louis Foster, though, still looks to be race setup downforce.
Catherine Legg on her way out to join them. And Renus VK heading out as well.
I think a lot of drivers have packed it in for the day just because they've had some meaningful group running early. And what was great about today from a testing standpoint, from an engineer standpoint, is the consistency in the conditions. You know, we've been within about 2 degrees ambient and maybe 4 degrees track temp basically the entire day. So if you're testing components, testing setups and configurations, that's about as good as you can get. Yeah, there's been some adjustment in the wind. We heard Elio talk about the wind picking up a little bit later this afternoon, but as far as status quo and conditions, that's pretty solid.
Although the 2 most successful IndyCar drivers of the last 20 years, Scott Dixon and Alex Palou, teammates, still sit strapped in on pit lane, awaiting more fuel and more adjustments and more track time.
Well, after tearing Alex Palou's car to pieces yesterday, trying to find an issue with it, and ended up not being one at all. He's done more laps today than anybody else. 103 for Alex Palou. That's over half a race distance for the Indy 500. Newgarden, Ferrucci, and Kiffin Simpson up there at 90.
Catherine Legg's done 59 laps now as she crosses start-finish, and I'm not sure we've seen a more reflective paint scheme than this mirror elf car. Great way to check your eyes, lips, and face if you're on pit lane.
Nice. Good plug. Played.
32nd
well
right now. You know, gotta love the sponsors that come to Indy. But Catherine's 32nd on the charts right now. That last lap, guys, a 2:12.4. Have to see what she gets when she gets up to speed here, but certainly not breaking any records right now. About to cross the line. That looked to be a clean run, 2:14.2. Got to admire Catherine for deciding to take on the double. I mean, that's a bold undertaking. She hasn't raced in the Indy 500 for several years. She's only a part-time NASCAR driver right now, so to do 2 of the biggest races in the same day is going to be quite an undertaking. We talked to her earlier about the preparation physically for that. She joked, you know, and half joking, her biggest concern is just nutrition, like getting enough food. We talk about the caloric burn between those 2 events. I mean, James, just guessing, maybe 4,000 calories, 5,000 calories burned between a 5.5 hour 600 in Charlotte, the Indy 500. I mean, I could pound a 24-ounce, you know, steak dinner after every Indy 500. I was so hungry. I can't imagine what she's going to be dealing with on Sunday.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. I want to say, you know, in the races where I wore a fitness tracker, it was something in the realm of, you know, 2,000 plus calories just in the 500, which is normally a 3.5 hour race, and then a short flight to Charlotte to reload on fluids, get whatever you can from a calorie standpoint, then yeah, 5 to 6 hours in a cup car.
Just to put that in metrics that Will would understand, that's like 32 Twinkies.
Thanks, mate.
I also feel like 32 Twinkies is way more than 2,000 calories.
I think 2 Twinkies is that many calories, to be completely fair. Catherine will be the oldest driver to attempt this double, talking about the physicality of it, by 10 years. What? Yep. The oldest person to attempt the double before was 35.
Was that Kurt? Was that Kurt Busch? Was he the other guy? I wouldn't have thought it was by that margin, but it makes it that much more impressive an undertaking.
It really is. Catherine, who hails from Guildford in the United Kingdom. Can you name me another racing driver who came from Guildford? Guildford is in Surrey, in the south of England.
Sterling Moss.
Right time period.
Graham Hill.
Earlier.
I don't know if I can go earlier.
Britain's first Formula One world champion.
Also a motorcycle racer?
No, Mike Hawthorne.
Hawthorne, yeah. Hawthorne.
You know, it's funny, we had the conversation about motorsports greats earlier, and we'd be remiss to not mention John Surtees from a motorsports standpoint as a guy that won world championships on both 2 and 4 wheels.
Which is an unreal achievement.
Unbelievable.
I mean, we've seen those examples in IndyCar a few times with guys like Jeff Ward, who was a race winner in IndyCar and certainly a Supercross champion. But let's go learn more on pit lane, Will.
Let's do that. We're talking about legendary names in the sport. They don't come much bigger than the Schumacher name. Mick Schumacher will be making his Indy 500 debut. He's down on pit lane with Kevin.
And Mick has certainly experienced so much in motorsport, from Formula One to the World Endurance Championship. But your first reaction to being a part of the Indianapolis 500 event after a couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, it's great being here. Obviously, we've done quite a lot of testing so far. You know, obviously going through all the setups that hopefully will be beneficial to us. And so yeah, and then obviously now today's all been about also doing the race runs, making sure that we're good in traffic, so that we're comfortable going into the second week of May. That is obviously the most important one. But yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be more focused on quali sims, making sure we're trimming out, and then getting ready for Fast Friday, and obviously then setting up for Saturday.
Most racing events are a thrash. It's a practice, maybe a second practice, qualify and race. How are you handling this? We're pacing ourselves. We've got 24 hours of practice before qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing too different to Le Mans. It's very similar to that. You also have to manage your emotions and manage your timings a bit. So yeah, definitely we're doing that. I think that's why we finished a bit early today. We were I think we managed everything we wanted today. Once we get into the final 30 minutes of practice, things can go wrong. So that's where we're maybe just okay, we'll take what we got and regroup and then come back tomorrow.
Thank you, Mick.
Thank you.
Mick has always been very clear-minded when it comes to the enormity of this event, always trying to keep his emotions in check.
Check this out. Carson's getting detailed feedback here. I think he's already negotiated a 3-year deal. Dan Tauris and Cassidy, co-owners with Will Power.
Green.
33 drivers are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado.
Let's go.
The Indianapolis 500.
20 minutes left on the clock. It ain't over. Romain Grosjean has just jumped up in the top 10. Graham Rahal, fresh off his second podium of the year, has jumped up to 4th, and that follows a very impressive run from him yesterday, in which he finished well within the top 10 in 6th, and that was from being dead last in a tricky day.
Let's take a look here at Romain Grosjean. And an old friend, Marcus Armstrong, an old friend from Saturday. These two had exchanged several words after the Indy GP. All looks pretty friendly out there on track right now.
Yeah, no hand gestures out of the aero screen.
man keeping his hands behind his back. Again. Very fast lap from Grosjean, very fast lap from Rahal. 226.8.
Track temp, what's that say, James? 85?
85. It's been hovering right around there.
And again, if I'm a race engineer, I've got to filter my driver's feedback after this final 20 minutes, knowing the track is cooling down.
Alex Palou has improved to a 228.0. He did that just a couple of laps ago. And this is a change that Graham Rahal made just before he went out.
I love this.
Okay.
Back to back, Kevin, trying same shape front wing, just two different versions. What do you think they learned?
Even before this run, at the tail end of the last run, when he was still at the bottom of the speed charts, he said he was pulling into pit lane. I like this a lot better. And keep in mind, when you see someone 30th through 33rd on a day like this, that doesn't necessarily mean the car is awful. When Rahal ran earlier today, he was running by himself as much as possible in a qualifying sim. That is not going to be the fastest pace. That's going to be with a draft, but the car may not be quite as good. Now Rahal is back in a race running situation, and at times has been able to get an aerodynamic draft and put up a better lap time. But I think they feel like they're on the right direction.
Louis Foster out on track has improved his time since 29th, also improving their time. Jacob Abel to 26th at 223.577. Rinus VeeKay out on track. His last lap was his fastest, also improving. Dennis Hauger has just jumped up to 15th to become top rookie.
Just watching Jacob Abel there with a later move on Stingray Robb.
It's like Stingray was trying to get up to speed still. Jacob had the momentum, but on the later side, you can see that flag waving in the foreground there. There's definitely some wind blowing. It has shifted direction a little bit. A bit more of a tailwind into turn one, which is part of the reason we saw that massive speed trap number from Kyle Kirkwood at just shy of 240 miles an hour earlier in the day. But that is impressive from Palou to go out there and also find that near
228.0. Similar to Connor Daly, also on the 228.0. That coming right at the tail end of the day as Ryan Hunter-Reay looks up the inside of Christian Rasmussen and flies through at turn one.
That big fade back up into the racing line. Interesting approach, kind of throws off the car you're passing a little bit.
Yeah, kind of. It's like, here's a big old dump of turbulence.
Good luck that you're turning.
You get a two-banger there. You get the benefit of getting your radius back if you're Ryan Hunter-Reay and opening the corner up, and it makes it real hard for that trailing car. It's one of those things that took me a while to get comfortable with, is learning to roll into the throttle as I was getting that air disruption as the trailing car and just commit to it.
Yeah, it's so funny. You don't think a lot about a crazy amount of acceleration when you're already doing 200 plus miles an hour, but you can't just mash the throttle when you're in that situation. These cars are so sensitive, they're so pitch sensitive, that you really do have to feed the throttle in slowly in that dirty air to avoid the nose popping up too quickly and just creating even more understeer when you've fallen in behind another car.
Just like an airplane, when you're driving one of these at speed, you're responsible with your inputs for, of course, change of direction and speed, but I always say your hands and feet are controlling roll, pitch, and yaw, and your feet are what control the pitch. But the more abrupt the input, the more abrupt the reaction in terms of pitch for your race car, and you've got to respect it.
Louis Foster improves to 15th, so the RLL team. Mick Schumacher, we heard from him earlier, he's done for the day. But Louis Foster improving out there, and Graham Rahal, from what we're understanding from his radio calls, having something of a fine time out there. Very much enjoying himself. Apparently we can't broadcast it because he's having such a good time. It's not suitable for the airwaves.
Good problem to have if you're Graham Rahal. I just feel like it's a pretty big contrast from yesterday. Maybe he didn't feel super great in the car.
But they did that wing swap.
But he was top.
I think he was happier before that.
Before the wing swap.
I think I think he made a change that got him a little bit happier, and then certainly with his latest everything on the car seems to be incredibly happy.
One of the things I love about Graham is he'll tell us on the radio, in the interviews, he's the most, I think, transparent and open and candid of any driver in the field about what he's dealing with on the racetrack or in life, frankly.
We have 5 Hondas, 5 Chevys in the top 10 as it stands. An even split between the two manufacturers. First and second, Chevy for Daly, Honda for Palou.
IndyCar Fantasy Challenge, driven by Firestone, is back.
It's overtaken, same as you.
This is your chance to prove you know the fastest racing on Earth better than anyone else.
Let's just take care of the tires. Stay in rhythm here.
Pick your driver.
All good. Let's get back in the game here.
Build your team.
You guys are in demand.
Compete against friends and family for bragging rights, plus some epic prizes.
It's going to be like 2 or 3 laps flat out here.
Get started for free at IndyCar.com/fantasy or by downloading Grid Rival on the App Store and Google Play.
Head down, just keep going. We're going to have to pass those guys. Let's go, boys! Checker flag, man. Congratulations, everybody.
Back at Indianapolis, and all is not well down at ECR. Kevin Lee, I know, is down there with some news for us. Can't see which car it is. Is that the car? Oh, it's Alexander Rossi's car, I think, Kevin.
It is. They just hustled it back to the garage area here about 20 minutes or so ago, and I have confirmed that they are going to need a new Chevy engine to put in that car, so they're starting that process. Got a lot done today, as we saw when he was doing qualifying sims. Rossi was really quick, and this, by the way, team should be really good at this as well. We had reported yesterday that Ed Carpenter had to change an engine even before the day started, and Christian Rasmussen, remember how he got caught up in a kerfuffle early in the race? Some laps down, came back out. Well, they lost an engine at the end of the GP race and had to change. Now, all of this is not catastrophic on their season allotments because most of the teams were already swapping to a new engine for this week of practice and qualifying on the Chevy side as well.
That's a lot of Chevy engines. That's a lot.
Yeah, Carpenter had his problem. We reported a McLaughlin engine change overnight. And to Kevin's point, they do sort of try to time out that you get a new engine around this time anyway. You're allotted 4 engines for the season in IndyCar. They're supposed to last about 2,500 miles before you're allowed to change them out without penalty. As we take a look here at Jack Harvey, who was the first one to show signs of engine problems. This was back at the open test in the last week of April. Fastest car on the day in the no-toes, but late on that second day. I think you'd classify that as a catastrophic letting go.
If the smoke didn't convince you, the flames should have. Pretty big let go on the left side. Now, Harvey did tell us that that motor was close or at the end of its engine life anyways. But seeing these replacements now for Rossi, you get Carpenter, one that you mentioned. I think you said McLaughlin as well at one point. Listen, it doesn't matter if it's Honda or Chevy. They are all pushing the limits, and they're all worried all the time, did we push it too far?
And I do think a lot of them will get a new engine for qualifying. Usually goes in before Fast Friday. You can get it tuned up. That's going to be your engine for qualifying in the race. So I don't think a huge concern for a lot of these teams just yet.
Second driver of the day has done more than 100 laps. That driver is Santino Ferrucci. And guys, in the entirety of practice, a whole 4 days last year before qualifying for Santino Ferrucci, 90 laps. He's done 102 just today. Good. Much better preparation for Santino Ferrucci, who, as we were saying earlier today, every single race he has contested at the Indianapolis 500, he has finished in the top 10. An incredible record.
77 here, Stingray Robb, only car on the racetrack. Taking a look at his speed across the line. 157. So just getting revved up here. That rear wing looks
least laps of.
He's coming straight in. That wing looks about neutral. Not sure if that's a qual sim run or not. He didn't like it though.
Well, it's the least laps of anybody run today for Stingray, Rob, and that'll be disappointing. He was actually 7th quickest on the no-tow list yesterday. Stingray had a really strong first day of practice out here for Hunkos Hollinger Racing.
That was Jacob Abel in the 51.
Abel's out there running 72 laps completed so far.
Only driver in the field, James, that has absolutely nobody to lean on in terms of a teammate or any data to compare against. That's admirable. Not that he's taken on that challenge alone, but just also the speed that they've shown. I mean, this is a car that has looked right in the mix with a lot of running.
Not been funny. If he'd entered that car last year, I don't think he'd have got bumped. He's looked good. He's looked good all the way through.
I'd agree with that. Team seems prepared. They present well. Got to wonder if they're going to surprise us with another amazing sponsorship like that Miller High Life car that Abel drove last year. That was super cool. Right now it is a seemingly all blank Dallara Chevy. So
if you are a corporation out there and you'd like your name emblazoned on the Jacob Abel car,
I've never had a sponsor that didn't absolutely love their time in Indianapolis. It's a rare opportunity to celebrate a brand, a cause.
The most watched race in America last year.
What do we have? 8 million, 7.5 million?
7.5 million average. I think it was 8.5 peak.
Have we ever had a Twinkie car?
You know what? I'm amazed that Hostess Snacks, who make Twinkies, have not, as I understand it, been in touch.
Would be in, I mean, a fan
not
favorite.
Even for a social media collab.
It'd be a fan favorite.
Oh, a Twinkie car would be great.
Yeah.
Or in that red, Twizzlers.
So Abel hops out. It looks like he's done for the day.
And he's chatting to his strategist. This guy right here, that's Charlie Kimball, former IndyCar driver.
Good spot
for Chip Ganassi Racing. Had a successful career, race winner in the IndyCar Series. He's been brought on by that team for the month to call strategy for Jacob, something he's done before here at Indy. So a great guy to have on the stand, just with that kind of driving experience. I mean, you know what it's like when you can speak the same language. You know what your driver needs to hear and when. You know what they don't need to hear at certain times. So for Jacob, going to be starting his first Indy 500, having that kind of experienced voice in your ear, huge plus.
Stingray heading back out on track with just under 4 minutes remaining, and Jacob Abel looking pretty chill. Job well done today. Now let's hope this feels a little bit better for Stingray, Rob.
Man, I love those low down shots. Just really get appreciation for the speed of these things, even just coming out of the pits. I think one of the best places to watch here is up against the fence on the exit of turn 2. On the outside there, those suites with the seats almost right at the fence. It is such an impressive place to watch an IndyCar fly around the racetrack.
Why does it always seem like IndyCars just sound better when we're past the 5 o'clock hour? One car by itself around here, it just, I don't know, it seems to pop that little bit more. Like fireworks at night.
And these are the suites that I'm talking about. You can see those seats. They're so much closer to the fence than they look in that shot. I think the closest of anywhere around the speedway, and you feel the wind coming off the car. You get pelted by little bits of sand and dust. It is such a cool vantage point.
So tomorrow here at the Speedway, we'll do the same thing. We'll open the gates at 10 a.m. and the practice will get ready.
And you see the fans seeing themselves on the TV there.
Kid's got his own private suite.
It's been nice.
Love that. Well, one man whose day has come to an end. Well, everyone's day is going to come to an end in 2 minutes' time. But he's standing by already with Jamie, and it's Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yes, we haven't heard from Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's been doing a lot of running. Every time I come over to talk to you, you're still in the car. You guys were working through some things. Where did you land here at the end of this second day?
Yeah, yesterday was a problem. We had a bunch of electrical issues, so I only ran like 23 laps yesterday. So we had to get a lot done today. And we had to throw a lot at it just to get my feel of what I want from the car prior to going to a bunch of qual sims for tomorrow before you get the big boost increase for Friday. So we're kind of a day behind, but with all said and done, we ended, I think, in a pretty good spot that I know what I need from it. I'm getting more, I have got more of what I need from it, from the car, but no, the 31 Aero McLaren Prize Picks team's done a great job in a short amount of time. And it's funny at Indy, it's just strange sometimes how the electrical problems just want to pop up sometimes, and you can lose. You think, you look at it on paper and you think you have a whole lot of track time, right? All of a sudden that evaporates real quick when you're trying to take a deep dive into fixing, all the systems that are in these cars. So a lot of it has to be right to even run.
Things are going in the right direction. I love this on the fire. So you see here, 2014 Indy 500 champion there, and the champion. That's Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Very, very nice. Well, here's the fastest speeds from today. Connor Daly, 228.080. Alex Palou, 228.027. Then it's Malukas and Rahal, Grosjean and Dixon, McLaughlin, Newgarden, Ferrucci and Kirkwood rounding out the top 10.
Nice run for Jack Harvey in 14th. Rookie Cal Collette, 18th. Also rookie Dennis Hauger just in front of him in the Dale Coyne number 19.
And Stingray jumping up to 20th. Well, that is it. Checkered flag is out. Boys, ask you the same question at the end of each day. I will ask it again today. Who has impressed you? Who has work to do?
Well, let me start with Honda and Chevy. Great parity, James. I couldn't say one manufacturer better than the other right now. They've both brought big horsepower and seem to be very equally matched. But on the driver's side, who are you watching?
Well, again, you want to talk parity. How about 5 different teams represented in the top 5 spots? So we've got a lot of drivers doing well. A couple of drivers need some work, but I got to be honest, it's just when the track's cool like this, it looks racy, it looks fun out there. I hope we're in for a good one.
The magic of the Indy 500, you can take all of your regulars, all of the big teams, all of the big names, but it's the one-offs who can have a shot as well. Connor Daly and Dreyer Reinbold Racing are fastest on day 2 of practice. Join us 12 Eastern tomorrow for day 3 of practice from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
The Indy 500 doesn't have a red carpet. It has bricks, riddled with oil, dirt, and 114 years of history. Pucker up.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app.
Well, Long Beach, Vibe City, is a great place for a race, but it is so much more than just an IndyCar race. We've had IMSA Stadium Super Trucks, we've had Formula Drift throughout the weekend, so much entertainment, concerts as well. But now, no finer time than to send you down trackside for the command.
It's time to give the command for the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Please welcome Team Honda and Team USA athletes.
Drivers, start your engine!
Well, on board the two-seater, man in the back, Trey Cool, drummer with Green Day, sponsoring the
Hey, Trey, Townsend Bell up here in the Fox Sports booth. You copy? Hey, Trey, can you hear us? That's how cool he is.
I'm guessing not. I'm guessing not.
One more time. Trey Cool, can you hear the Fox Sports booth? All right,
I think he's enjoyed himself too much.
He's playing it cool in the back of that two-seater, having a great time going around Long Beach.
Well, in the end, it's all right. But we hope he has the time of his life on this lap.
Very nice. And as he's going around, why don't we take a look at the track preview sponsored by Acura?
Well, little Jimmy, the Super Bowl of street races, the Long Beach Grand Prix, just no place like this on the schedule. 180 miles an hour down Shoreline Drive, and then you bury the brake pedal with all the confidence you can muster for turn one, and then it gets so narrow and tight right here. You go through the Fountain Complex, turns 2 and 3, blast over to turn 4. You're greeted with two 90-degree right-handers. Maybe the trickiest of all, turn 5, off camber at the exit, and that'll blast you all the way to 6.
Yeah, up through the gears and then downhill in the brake zone for turn 6. Fastest corner on the track. Bit of a passing opportunity here, especially on cold tires. Then you blast uphill and pivot back downhill on the brakes again for turn 8. So important to use every inch of the track on the apex out to the exit wall to get this run down to turn 9. 165 miles an hour before you're back on the brakes into this final section.
Yeah, you see the pavement change from concrete to pavement. Actually, it grips up in a big way as you carve through a double apex turn 10 to the slowest corner wheel on the schedule. 31 miles an hour, turn 11, the Long Beach hairpin. It's iconic, and that completes a lap.
Such a tricky track, such a challenge, guys. And what a race we have ahead of us today. As we said, Felix Rosenquist starting from the front row. Alongside him, Pato O'Ward. Guys, great friends, those two, former teammates. But all that will be put out of their minds on that long run down to turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, Pato stood in Felix's wedding. That's the kind of closeness we're talking about. And there's actually something funny on the team owner side as well. MSR, one of the partners, Elio Castroneves, team manager of McLaren, Tony Kanaan. Those two have started on the front row quite a few times as drivers. Now they get to do it head-to-head involved in the team side.
Get a quick look at the wind. Is very mild here right now. But we'll head down to pit lane now to check in with Kevin Lee.
Townsend, one of the top stories coming into this season was 24-year-old Chicago native David Malukas replacing Will Power at Team Penske. And David admitted to me that he was a little bit nervous coming into the season because there's no excuses not to produce at Team Penske. Well, he's the top Penske performer in the championship, their top qualifier for the last 4 races, and he's the top starter on the hard compound today from 5th, so he has some options. He's finished 2nd on ovals, including last year's Indy 500. Today might be the day he gets his first non-oval podium or better. To Georgia Henneberry.
Hey, Kevin, imagine this. You're a 6-time NTT IndyCar Series champion. You're a 2-time winner of Long Beach. You've been here 19 times. The team tells you, you look at data just a little bit too much. Scott Dixon, he's going to roll off 6th today, but during qualifying and all of qualifying, he did not have data on his steering wheel. Sure, he had his tire temps, he had his RPMs, but he didn't know the lap times he was sending. The team said, go out there and drive that race car, and he did just that. He's going to roll off 6th today. We'll see if he can make it number 3. Jack.
Thanks, G. I'm going to stay with Chip Ganassi Racing and talk about Kyffin Simpson in this number 8 car. He has been so fast this weekend. Chatting to him, chatting to his team, it's been a lot of methodical progress. They have always identified just a few key areas, and they just chip away at it. Every session so far, he has been either in the top 10 or right around it. This is his best career start on a street circuit, and his podium also came on a street circuit.
We haven't even mentioned their teammate Alex Palou starts today 3rd. He is 2 points off the championship lead, and that championship leader Kyle Kirkwood starts alongside him on the 2nd row. The Acura Integra Type S leads the field around the tight and twisting streets of Long Beach. Guys, who are you looking out for today? Who are your drivers that you think are going to make an impression on these challenging streets?
Well, we've got the 3 most experienced drivers in the field, all with very strong qualifying positions, namely Scott Dixon, Sir Scott Dixon, excuse me, Will Power and Graham Rahal. I'm watching Will Power, the Andretti driver right there in the yellow and black car, driving the TWG Honda. This guy is 5 races now in to his career with Andretti. He's comfortable, he knows he's got a fast car, and I see those crazy eyes ready to win today.
For me, I'm just looking at that 2nd row of the grid. You've got Kyle Kirkwood and Alex Palou. They're 1-2 in the championship right now. There are big implications for those two. They've got to play nice, but there is big incentive to come out in front on that first lap.
I've got my eyes on Christian Lundgaard starting in 11th for McLaren. 3rd in the Drivers' Championship, arriving here in Long Beach. He started last year 12th and finished on the podium. Different tire strategies being employed today. The top 4 start on the soft tire. Almost everybody else in the field will start on the hard tire. We know that hard tire will go the distance on fuel, around 30 laps. But how long will that soft tire last? That ultimately will answer the question of whether this will be a 2 or a 3-stop race. The safety car pulls ahead, and Felix Rosenqvist will take us down to the green flag, down Shoreline Drive. Pato O'Ward and Felix Rosenqvist, front row of the grid. Palou and Kirkwood behind. Malukas and Dixon on the 3rd row. We have a green flag, despite the fact that Power is miles behind. Rosenqvist maintains the advantage. O'Ward tries to look around the inside, outside. It will stay as it is. Kirkwood in 4th. A little touch there, though, with David Malukas. But Rosenqvist does exactly what he needed to do and maintains that lead. And look at how much pace and place Will Power has managed to catch up now right on the rear wing of Scott Dixon.
It's amazing how far back Power and Beyond were behind the lead group as they got on the gas, but by the time they got to turn 2, everybody nose to tail, hit down into turn 6. An opportunity here on cold tires for somebody. But looks like everyone is going well. Remember, those red sidewalled Firestones, that's the softer tire. It's going to fire up a little bit quicker compared to the primary, that black sidewalled, harder compound tire. But so far, everyone playing nice.
Very well behaved first lap. I watched Will Power there. Again, that yellow and black number 26 looked really aggressive on the tail end of Scott Dixon. Nobody making a move into turn 9 just yet. James, you called it. That start was bizarre with the gap that Power left. I almost feel like he was just saying to himself, I've got a fast enough car to win. I don't want any trouble as they go too wide through turn 11.
Teammate on teammate, Rossi and Rasmussen. Rasmussen maintains the advantage.
That's a tough move to pull off there. Bold move from Rossi. They got side by side. They played well, but here we go.
Palou looks up the inside of Pato O'Ward, and that is P2 for the 4-time champion.
Not wasting any time. Not only is he ahead of Kirkwood, now he's got Pato in his rearview mirrors.
Tell me that he was on me.
Pato
I don't think had the warning he needed that Palou was coming, but now Pato O'Ward has his mirrors full of the championship leader, Kyle Kirkwood. These 4 first drivers, remember, the only drivers really in the field today on that soft tire. Here's a replay of the start, and look at that gap. You're right, guys, very odd start.
I'm surprised they threw it, to be totally honest. That was we've seen gaps here. It's tough coming out of that slow 30-mile-an-hour turn 11, getting all the field lined up, but certainly I would have expected more cars a bit closer.
Just wonder if Power's game in the field a bit, saying, hey, I don't want any trouble in the first corner, and there's a way to guarantee that. Pretend to be a second pole sitter back there. That was so strange. I can't think of another explanation. Either way, for Felix Rosenqvist right now, a nightmare in his mirrors. Alex Palou in second and closing.
You say in his mirrors, it is a long view back to Alex Palou, around about a second for Felix Rosenqvist in the Green Day Sirius XM Acura Honda. And we've been talking about this all weekend. Pole position so critical around this circuit because you want to own this race. You want to control it from the front. And that is exactly what Rosenqvist is doing today. How many times have we seen the pole sitter here roll to victory? It's such an important place to start.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Kirkwood's done it 2 times in the last 3 years. And for Rosenqvist, he's doing everything he can right now, getting the mileage. But what he doesn't know, and what frankly nobody really knows in this field, especially in those top 4 right now, is the red tire. We're just 3 laps in. What happens at lap 10? At lap 20, does the handling really fall apart and get diabolical and force everybody into a 3-stop race strategy?
Everybody on the hard tire will be watching the soft tire runners with interest. If they can make those soft tires last 30 laps, we've got ourselves a straight 2-stop race. Anything less than that, it's probably leaning towards 3 stops. We just don't know. New soft tires for this weekend. The rules are you must run 2 sets of the soft tire on a street track.
Pato trying to hang on to the back of Palou here, is doing a good job, but we say it a lot here, Townsend. Clean air is king, and right now Rosenqvist fractionally quicker than Palou on that last lap, but you can see how closely they're stacked up behind. As these tires start to fall off, you might see some incidents, some bold moves being taken. And let's take a replay here. That's the 20 of Rossi on the inside there. You saw the blue and yellow machine, the 21 of Rasmussen, getting to the back of Marcus Ericsson. That's what created that opportunity for Rossi.
On board here, the liquid science machine of Rossi. You can see his teammate locks up, and he goes to pounce with the surprise move. But surprisingly, Rasmussen still able to get a run on the outside and take the position back.
A lot of hope for that team coming into this weekend. Upgrades on the cars, which they hope would pay dividends and bring them the pace that they had been longing for all season long. They are currently, though, down in 17th place for Rossi, 15th place for Rasmussen. Down to Kevin Lee on pit lane.
It's been kind of mixed on what the strategy is going to be. Those up front are all trying to do it on 2 stops. The soft tire doesn't last long enough. That's the big question. They got to get to at least lap 25 and make it up somewhere along the road if it stays green. We might see some in the mid-pack. Watch for those with fast cars. Maybe a Joseph Newgarden comes in and thinks about having the pace to do it on 3 stops. And then I think as early as a couple of laps from now, you might see somebody do a Hail Mary and try to come in from the back and then hope a caution comes out at the right time.
Yeah, that's fascinating, Kevin. It's going to be incredible to see if somebody does attempt to do that. We saw it last year, but a very different scenario this year. Last year, you only had to run 1 set of softs. This year, 2, and that changes the complexity of the strategy tremendously.
Yeah, and Firestone coming with a harder version of the soft tire for this 2026 season, so we know they will go further. We just don't know how much further. Looking at track temp right now, James, over 100 degrees out there on the track surface, about 110, and that certainly doesn't help with degradation. As Rosenqvist's pace, I mean, he's maintaining a really nice gap there to Palou. I thought Palou would close a little harder early.
And he could just be biding his time. I mean, Palou knows it's hard to get a pass that on the racetrack here, but if I save a little bit of extra fuel, save a bit of tires, I can use that overcut strategy and get him in the pit cycle, never have to risk my race car. That's classic Palou.
And keeping that gap, Will, of about a second, 1.3, If you notice, there's a lot of clean air here behind the 60. That allows Palou to save those front tires and not force his way into turbulence and burn up his Firestone fronts.
Well, Rosenqvist has only one IndyCar victory to his name, but the way in which he's controlling the race today proving he's no basket case. Rosenqvist leads from Palou and O'Ward. Play the Fox Super 6 IndyCar Challenge. Download the Fox Sports app right now and enter for free for a shot to win your share of $1,000 in cash prizes. See the Fox Sports app for details. Rinus VeeKay, the first driver to pit, and this, pulling to Kevin's point from earlier, who would be the first driver to come in off the soft? It wasn't doing VeeKay any good down in 12th place, so he's taken on the hard tire, leaves pit lane, so he's the first driver to get off that soft tire.
But that effectively commits Rinus VeeKay to 3 stops, and what he's banking on is the red tire falling apart for the cars further up the grid. That's a big bet this early.
What it's going to come down to is how your car is handling. Some cars are going to be able to make it last the 30 laps you need. Some cars are not going to be able to do it. If you've got a little bit of an imbalance, maybe a bit of understeer, the front's not working, maybe you're a bit loose, struggling to get the power down, that's just going to get worse and worse as these tires wear. And ultimately, I think it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag here. But Rinus, like you say, committed to the 3-stopper, which is tough because pit lane here is so long.
About 40 seconds lost on pit lane for an average stop. Rosenqvist continues to lead. And guys, this is an incredibly important race in a vital part of the season for Felix Rosenqvist. He doesn't have a certain seat for next year. He knows every performance is key, and he hasn't had the start to the season that he would have wanted. But guys, the 34-year-old from Värnamo, Sweden, has bigger things at play this year. He's going to become a father around about the time of the Indianapolis 500. We've been talking this year. He knows he's having a daughter, what it's going to be to become a girl dad. He is so excited about becoming a dad for the first time. This will be a pivotal season for him in so many ways, both personal and professional. Georgia, what do you know about Felix in the race today?
I know that Felix is hitting all the numbers that the team wants him to. The only piece of advice that they gave him is just to watch the front tires. He thinks he has a little bit of understeer right now, but it's already been a huge weekend for this organization. They won in IMSA yesterday, set the pole speed yesterday. Felix obviously leading this race right now by a good margin. They said they wanted to take it in, but they had to go back to doing their jobs. Nothing changes for them. Adam Rovanzini, strategist, said this is where he feels like they should be, and they're just doing their jobs.
1.5 seconds is a tidy gap back to the 4-time champion. Felix Rosenqvist was doing everything right so far.
One of the guys we talked about off the top of the show about out of position after qualifying, Joseph Newgarden, started down in 14th, running now up in 12th with a Sistema on board. Let's listen to what he's saying over the radio.
Good job there. Keep the pressure on VK. He's on reds ahead of you. Red tires ahead. So much speed. Copy.
Well, that will have been from quite a while ago because VK has already stopped and got out of his way. Guys, I'm interested in Alexander Rossi. You see the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen. We talked about the upgrades they brought to their car this weekend. Rossi up 4 places since race start.
Yeah, good start for him, and that was even with that little kerfuffle down in the hairpin that really didn't help Rossi at all. Ooh, he's looking. Newgarden's getting racy. He wants to start moving through this traffic.
Lundgaard hasn't made any impact on the drivers ahead of him. Started 11th, stays 11th. Newgarden already up 2 places. Oh, a little lock up on the run down to the hairpin. He's looking racing. And he comes into pit.
And he's on the primaries, guys. He's on those hards, the black sidewall tires. So this is interesting. This tells me these guys think it's a 3-stopper and maybe that the softs are preferred.
Very strange, Kevin. VK thinks it's a red race. Newgarden, VK on a black race. Newgarden thinks it's a red race, Kev. It's coming to you.
I think mostly Newgarden and the 2 team wanted to do something different from where they were at. It was going to be difficult to make up the track position, so they want to come in early where this can really work out if there is a caution anytime between now and about lap 24. I think others would come in, and then it becomes a 3-stopper for everyone, and they will pick up track position.
I really like this from Newgarden and Penske. What this does is it puts Newgarden out into clean air on a track with no other cars around. If you can't pass on the track, if you're getting into a traffic jam, get out there on the soft tire, pump in the quick laps, and make up the place, but he's going to have to keep Rinus VK behind him. He's already managed to get ahead of him by staying out a little bit longer. He's on the soft tire, VK behind him on the hard tire. I think part of that was reacting to VK's strategy. Part of it is give me clear track and let me go after this win.
And we see this with Newgarden, that you can only pull this move off to overcut if you've got fast guns on pit lane. You're not taking a full fill. So you're launching on the last tire stop. Historically, nobody better than Team Penske on pit lane, and they delivered once again. That was a crazy fast pit stop.
5.8 seconds. That is a pretty quick way to switch 4 Firestones off and get 4 new ones on. But you can hear just riding on board with Felix the lift at the end of the straights, the fuel saving he's trying to do. So right now we're seeing these 2 different strategies play out. Felix out front with a lot of others on the 2-stop, VK, Newgarden, and I'm sure a few others soon to follow on that 3.
We will keep our eyes on the lap times being set by Joseph Newgarden, because if everybody's fuel saving out there and Newgarden has a clear track, has committed to the 3-stop and is pumping in the fast lap times, then a lot of other drivers are going to have to react to that in kind. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon here in Long Beach. This is the man who may just have taken the advantage by pitting when he did.
And this is what's actually kind of a fun position to be in as a driver. A few laps ago, he was stuck in a train, clearly quicker than Lundgaard couldn't get by. Now he's got fresh softs, an empty, clear racetrack, and he just gets to go dance with the Long Beach circuit. This is actually kind of a dream scenario, short of leading the race for Joseph.
Leading his own kind of race at the moment with a clear track ahead of him. Is that the roll of the dice that ultimately leads to success for Joseph Newgarden today? Time will tell. This is fascinating. Join Fox in supporting our troops. From daily needs to global emergencies, help us be there for those who serve. Scan the QR code or visit go.fox/Red Cross to donate to service to the armed forces today. And we thank you for that. Guys, Carl Kirkwood's currently sitting fourth. He's our championship leader, but all may not be well as we sit on board with the driver's eye, courtesy of J.M. Bullion.
Emergency light grading on the left front.
Hey, we copy you. Yeah, we can see what you're dealing with there. Just kind of focus on that left front. No concerns on the rear right now.
So grading on the right front, focus on the left front. This was the phenomenon that we heard a lot of teams talking about after warm-up this morning, as they tried to run these softs for longer than they had been able to in practice, really get a sense of the tire life here. But
and that's Brian Hurta, the strategist for Kyle Kirkwood, who is, arguably the very best on pit lane, not just at calling strategy and getting clever when needed, but also keeping his driver calm, giving him critical data. Kyle knows that they're monitoring every sensor of every critical system on that race car, including tire temp. And the big one, I think, for driver confidence, if I was behind the wheel, is knowing that the rear tires are looking good. That's what I would expect to go off first.
And T-Bell, I chatted to Hurta earlier this weekend, and after qualifying, he said, look, we don't have the advantage, certainly, that we did in Arlington, but he told Kyle, we don't have to win every race to win this championship. We've just got to be consistent, execute, not make mistakes, and running fourth right now, still a good position to be in.
Joseph Newgarden pitted from the midfield, took his chances early and rolled the dice. And guys, this, I think, is absolutely fascinating. Our race leader, Felix Rosenqvist, has been running consistently in the 1 minute 9.9s, 109.9, 109.9, 109.9, every lap consistently on that. Joseph Newgarden, 109.5, 109.4, half a second a lap quicker, then a brace over the last 3 laps, 109.0, 109.0, 109.0. He is the fastest driver on track compared to the race leader by a full second a lap right now. He is making hay while the sun shines.
And he needs to, because he's committed now to a 3-stop program. You lose about 40 seconds on pit lane. So if you're going to make 3 stops versus 2, you've got to make up 40 seconds somehow. If you don't get a caution, it's going to have to come on pace on the racetrack. Kev, what can you tell us about Palou?
Well, I know you guys have been interested in what Joseph Newgarden is doing, and his quick lap time's about a second faster than everyone. Alex Palou has also been asking, hey, what's Newgarden doing? You know he's always on top of things. He and Barry Wanzer, his strategists, have been talking back and forth. So Palou has been asking, by the way, also, Barry asked Alex, how are the tires about 2 laps ago, and he said they are good. So he's making the soft Firestones last. Needs to get at least 7 more laps. Ideally, they'd love to get to 29 or 30.
With the pace that we're seeing right now, I don't see why that would be a struggle. They're 10 to go to get to that ideal window.
Let's hear what Felix Rosenqvist has to say about his Firestones.
Felix, we'll go rear bar to P2, rear bar P2. We're just more worried about the left rear than the front.
So that's an instruction from Meyer Shank Racing to Felix Rosenqvist to soften up, more than likely, the rear anti-roll bar. What that does is allow that suspension, as we see it working so beautifully right now, work independently with a little less resistance. That roll bar helps the car from rolling over too much. If it's stiffer, if it's softer, it lets the suspension be a little bit more compliant. So you lose some stability and a little bit of sharpness of the handling, but you gain more compliance, which allows the rear tire to hopefully last just a little longer.
It also usually really helps with traction, and there's some big traction events here, especially coming up out of turn 11, out of that famous hairpin. You're going 30 miles an hour minimum speed. Actually, let's check and listen. Oh, it's going to see about 30 mile an hour minimum speed. Then you got to get 750 horsepower down onto the ground. And back on the timing stand, these engineers, they can see tire pressures, tire temperatures. They've got a really good sense of where those tires are at, and they're trying to stay ahead of it, trying to predict where the problems could be coming and get Felix to make that adjustment before it becomes an issue.
His gap to Alex Palou is increasing, nearly 2 seconds between Felix Rosenqvist and Alex Palou, but the man pushing, the man trying to take advantage of this race is Joseph Newgarden, way more than a second a lap faster than anyone. Brace yourself for the big one, folks. Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series takes on the biggest, fastest, meanest track of the season, Talladega. Pre-race coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern with the green flag dropping at 3, only on Fox. Felix Rosenqvist still having a blast out there leading this race. 1.7, nearly 1.8 seconds to the good, but at what point will he say good riddance to these tires? Running 24 laps on the softs. He needs to try and get them to lap 30. And as we keep our eyes on Joseph Newgarden, he is still running about 1.2 seconds faster than the race leader. He will catch Nolan Siegel ahead of him if he maintains this pace in around 9 or 10 laps time, which would be around where Siegel should be pitting for his first stop.
So if you are looking at how these tires are playing out, it's sort of looking like these softs are hanging on. The pace is decent up front. Those top four are making it work. If you're David Malukas, you could be sitting in a good position right now in P5. You're the top runner on the hard tire. You've got to run 2 sets of the softs. We know that. But if that becomes the preferred tire, he's already put his kind of mandatory stint on the hards out of the way, and he's keeping touch with these leaders. So that could potentially play into his advantage, especially if we do get a caution at some point. Newgarden, man, just ripping around.
And this is what I want to ask you guys. You said it's such a joy as a driver when you're given this opportunity. But how sketch is it if you're asked to go out there and put in quali lap after quali lap after quali lap, tanks full of fuel, heavy race car, knowing that this is your chance to score points? It's the big day. It's race day.
For me, it's the physicality. Completely different to be doing what Newgarden's doing right now from a physical standpoint. This guy totally into the high rocks competition phenomenon, the cross training. He says it's like nothing he's ever done to prepare his body for the challenges of IndyCar. There's maybe no better driver physically prepared than Newgarden to do what he's doing right now, which is quali lap after quali lap. But let's talk about the pressure that is now going to be placed on Felix Rosenqvist's race team as we're about 5 laps from pit stops. The spotlight goes to the men and women on pit lane. This team has only ever won 1 race. It was a big one, the Indy 500, but look at who they're up against as we're about to make the first pit stops. That is where that Team Penske, the Ganassi, the Andretti advantage might come to bear. Rosenqvist has to be thinking about his team on pit lane, and hey, guys, I'm doing everything I can, but I need your help.
Slide tag, but it seems to hold on.
Sure what Rosenqvist said right there.
What are you thinking for the next set of tires?
Yeah, I've been thinking, I don't really know. I don't know if I want to finish on red.
Copy. We're thinking about it too.
That's interesting. So the Reds are lasting, but they're not necessarily happy with them. Kevin, what do you know?
So that was about 2 or 3 laps ago. They debated it a little bit, and they're planning on going to their second set of new soft red sidewalls coming up in the next stop, so they want to finish on harder compound. By the way, we're getting into the unknown now. I know some got to 25 laps with not much degradation or wear in the warm-up today. After that, it's a little bit uncertain. And David Malukas, as Hinch mentioned, might be in a good position. This is what he wanted. He just wanted to hold station in 5th, save a little bit of fuel when those in front pit. Presumably, he can go a couple of laps extra, and then he is going to really turn up the wick and try to do an overcut, meaning pick up time by staying out longer on track.
And the reason he can do that, folks, he is the lead driver on the hard tire, the top 4 all on the soft.
You talk about how sketchy it is, Will, when you're out on full fuel and pushing qualifying laps. Here's Newgarden out of turn 5. Look at just how hard he is pushing.
Oh, boy.
Brushing the wall with that left rear. That was beautiful.
Good job here. 8.5 seconds to the back of the field. Right about when you catch them, they're all going to start pitting. So just get what you can get as they start to pull off. You're 1.5 to 1.2 seconds faster than anybody on track right now.
This could play out beautifully. And it's just such a beautiful thing for a driver to hear. You're given this fresh set of softs, this open racetrack, and your strategist comes on and says they're going to pit right when you catch them, and you're 1.2 seconds a lap faster. Newgarden is in the zone right now.
He is, but it's going to be interesting when that fast race car gets to other cars on track. To make a 3-stop work, you have to pass cars. That'll be the challenge, but Newgarden delivering perfectly right now on this 3-stopper.
He's gained almost 11 seconds in the last 10 laps. Newgarden doing the job. We're right on board with Scott Dixon in the PNC Bank Honda. A stunning qualifying run from him. Hadn't been in the top 12 on the grid all the way through the season. This weekend, up there in the top 6. Sitting 6th, biding his time. If anybody knows how to save fuel, if anybody knows how to make a strategy work, it's this man, Sir Scott Dixon. 19 starts here, 2 wins on the streets of Long Beach and in the PNC Bank Honda today. Sitting up there and could be sitting pretty once those first 4 have to stop on the soft.
So just thinking about Joseph Newgarden, he sits 30 seconds back of the leader. So when Rosenqvist pits, we'll expect Newgarden to take over the lead on that strategy. But if it's about 40 seconds lost on pit lane, that means Newgarden's going to be coming right around Will Power, Scott McLaughlin range. They'll be on cold tires, Newgarden on hot tires. High drama in those situations.
.35-year-old from Nashville, Tennessee, a 2-time IndyCar champion, already a race winner this season in Phoenix. It's been 69 races since he last won on a street course. That was here in Long Beach back in 2022. It's been a long time coming, and he's going to have to make the alternate strategy work today. For my word, he has the bit between his teeth, and it looks like he's loving his life out there on track right now.
Back on board with Rosenqvist at the point, and that number 10 is a lot closer, T-Bell, than it was just a few laps ago. That gap right here now down to under a second.
That tells me that Alex Palou is about to hit pit lane.
Kyle Kirkwood is definitely about to hit pit lane. His mechanics getting ready for him. Is this the moment where the soft shod drivers pull the pin and jump? Not for Rosenqvist, not for Palou. What about the drivers behind? I'm assuming Kirkwood will come in.
I don't think so. I think he's staying out one more time. They're going to try to extend the range. Those red tires are holding up.
I wonder if that was a dummy, if that was the 27 crew trying to goad one of the other cars to come in. But it's going to be soon, lap 30. They've done what they need to do. They've made these softs last. This is going to be a 2-stopper for these cars for sure.
And once again, we see the genius and the brilliance of Alex Palou, who for 29 laps has sat and waited, bided his time, saved his fuel, saved his tires, and now he punches.
And this will be the question. Has he saved more fuel than Felix Rosenqvist? If we see Rosie dive in this lap and Palou stays out one more, that means he's been doing a huge job all stint long, and that could be a massive advantage.
What do you mean if? It's Alex Palou, man. We know the script. We know what he does.
Well, if Palou's going to go 1 lap longer, Dixon's probably going to go 3.
But don't forget, these 2 drivers, different race teams, but they share a technical partnership. Rosenqvist knows exactly what Palou has on his race car. They talk pre-race, but they are 2 different teams on pit lane. I think, Pato O'Ward duck in further back. O'Ward is the first to pit.
Kirkwood stays out. Rosenqvist and Palou stay out. Pato O'Ward is into pit lane from the top 4. Jack, take it.
Thanks, Will. I chatted to Nick Snyder, and they were very happy with what Pato was doing. It was just a case of saving some fuel. You're seeing them fill that Shell 100% renewable fuel all the way to the top. He's out. Very smooth stop. These 5 guys are known for it.
Clean and tidy for Pato O'Ward. Louis Foster on pit lane. So too Alexander Rossi. So too Graham Rahal. This the moment then when the strategy starts to play out. The hard shot going to the soft.
Nice quick stop for the Rahal crew. Graham out in 8.0, and look, even closer now up front, 0.7 of a second. That's what it looks like at 160 miles an hour. Just closing that gap up, putting extra pressure on the 60 crew when it comes to pit lane. And here you can see it. So far, they've been strong on pit lane. They were the 3rd best on pit lane, and Barber, they're going to have to be all of that and then some. Both cars are in.
Both coming in together. Georgia is waiting for Felix Rosenqvist.
Felix Rosenqvist has been hitting his marks all weekend long, and now it's time for the pit crew to do the same. He's reached them. They're going to go for their 2nd set of soft tires. A little small front wing adjustment, but overall they're going to fill it up with fuel to try to make it to that
And Alex Palou has to go around the David Malukas tires. He's coming in right behind him. The Shell 100% renewable fuel. Rosenqvist is going to win that race off pit road. It's softs for Palou. He's out.
Softs for Palou, softs for Rosenqvist, and Rosenqvist and MSR have done a beautiful job to keep that position ahead of Alex Palou.